Chapter 2742. When Yiming was horrified. This voice was too familiar. Wasn't it the voice of the purple-robed youth who called himself Du Xiaofu? He didn't need to think at all. He displayed the complete power of the wind attribute law, and his figure quickly retreated, wanting to hide far away. However, in the next instant, his heart sank even more, as if he had suffered the greatest nightmare. "Oh no!" When Yiming cried out, his heart thumping wildly. He only felt that his body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. No matter how he struggled, it was difficult to escape. That terrifying sticky force pulled at his body. Under the constant struggle, not only did he not escape, but he felt like he was sinking deeper and deeper. The strength of the true severing stage is only SOSO. Beside Wen Yiming, Du Xiaofu stepped out of the void, revealing his figure, and said disdainfully. He used the first form of Fuyao, and directly appeared beside Wen Yiming. Under the cover of the absolute hegemony domain, the other party couldn't even escape. In the sky, that huge 8 trigrams diagram moved horizontally and also shrouded down. All kinds of law power fluctuations in the air suppressed down wave after wave, brazenly pouring down on Wen Yiming's body. It was like a mountain, crushing down one after another. Wen Yiming let out a long hiss, enduring the enormous pressure. His back bent bit by bit, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. Pooh! Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of turbid black blood, causing his face to turn pale in an instant. How can he be so strong? At this moment, when Yiming finally realized how huge the gap between him and the purple-robed youth in front of him was. No matter what, he couldn't understand. Since the other party could enter the origin space, he must have broken through to the true severing stage from the God-seizing stage not long ago. How could he be so strong to such a terrifying extent? Not only Wen Yiming, but not far away, his subordinates were also all dumbfounded. Young Master Wen is actually going to lose. This is too fast. That purple-robed youth is really too scary. How can he be so strong? Where did he come from? Which great power is he the successor of? Just now, he called himself Du Xiaofu, but I don't think I've heard of this name before. Could it be that he is one of the successors of one of the 36 Holy Lands? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They were terrified by Du Xiaofu's strength. On the other side, Fan Yuse's expression. On his round and chubby face, a pair of small eyes tried hard to widen as he stared closely at Du Xiaofu. It was extremely exaggerated. But he was of the Lord Young Master of the Divine General Tsung's Divine General. He was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. In the entire Yuqing Divine Kingdom, he was one of the strongest. Even in the entire imperial family, and the 10 godly generals' residences, he was one of the top few. But at this time, the famous Wen Yiming couldn't even last a few moves against Du Xiaofu and was about to be subdued. The fat man's body started to tremble. He could imagine how powerful this guy, whom he had just met, was. Let's go and save young Master Wen! Just then, one of Wen Yiming's subordinates shouted. In this place, young Master Wen was their leader. Once he was defeated, in front of a true Severing Realm elite, no one would be able to escape. But that guy is too strong. We are no match for him, another person said in a trembling voice. He was terrified by Du Xiaofu's aura and had lost the courage to attack. We can't care about that anymore. Kill! Someone's eyes flashed with coldness as he let out a deep roar. His figure flashed out, carrying a terrifying might as he charged towards Du Xiaofu. Kill! When the others saw this, they moved successively, and they swept up terrifying attacks that covered the sky as they smashed down towards Du Xiaofu. These people were all in the seizing god realm. None of them were weak. When their attacks gathered together, it was indescribably terrifying. Colorful lights shot out. Layers of killing intent were vast and mighty, tearing the void and shaking the heavens and earth. However, when these lights attacked Du Xiaofu's space domain, they seemed to be frozen and could not move forward at all. Then, with a loud bang, all the abilities exploded and turned into a large area of flowing talisman symbols. It was as if a group of ants were dancing. Everyone was shocked by this result. The power of a true Severing Realm cultivator was too terrifying. It's time to end this. Du Xiaofu didn't pay attention to the actions of the people outside and just said lightly. He controlled the void 8 trigrams and activated the endless power of laws to suppress Wen Yiming. At the same time, he flipped his 10 fingers and condensed the power of restrictions, which landed on Wen Yiming. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, brazenly oppressing and destroying everything. Wen Yiming was pressed down until his back bent. The sweat on his forehead dripped down like beads. "Kid, you can't kill me!" Wen Yiming shouted mournfully. His face was incomparably ferocious. He said fiercely, "If we were in the outside world, maybe I would be afraid of you. But in this divine wilderness heavenlock formation, you can't kill me no matter what." He desperately surged his aura from head to toe, resisting Du Xiaofu's domineering domain. At the same time, a compass-like object appeared in his hand. Wen Yiming clenched his teeth tightly. While enduring the immense pressure, he also injected the power of his primordial spirit into the compass. Ka ka ka! The compass rotated, giving off a metallic sound. Then, the space suddenly trembled, and an indescribable charm surged out, as if some kind of mechanism had been activated. Not good! Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. In just an instant, he realized that this was definitely the power of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Before it was activated, it made people tremble inexplicably. "Ha ha! Kid, you're dead meat!" Wen Yiming laughed heartily, his face sinister. Following his laughter, the surrounding space trembled violently. Then, a huge sharp sword appeared out of thin air, slashing towards Du Xiaofu's head. Following that, cracks silently spread out under the sharp sword, like a watermelon that had been exposed to the scorching sun. In an instant, it tore apart the domineering domain around Du Xiaofu, shattering it into pieces. Taking advantage of such a situation, Wen Yiming's figure suddenly stood upright and immediately retreated, pulling a distance away from Du Xiaofu. Boom! The huge sword slashed down, causing a huge roar, and the void trembled along with it. The radiant void 8 trigrams in the sky also exploded under the attack of the sword, turning into fragments and disappearing into the void. Following that, everything around Du Xiaofu instantly collapsed. God-binding grip! Du Xiaofu's gaze was solemn as he let out a clear shout. Just as the huge sword was about to slash down, his spatial laws were activated. It was as if an invisible hand had appeared in the air, fiercely grabbing onto the sharp sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Under the attack of the powerful force, the sword's slashing motion came to a sudden stop, emitting a violent buzzing sound. However, not long after, there was a strong distortion in the void. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the huge sword shattered, exploding into pieces and falling into the void. As for Du Xiaofu, he was also forced back by the powerful impact. A muffled sound came from his throat, as he suffered quite a bit of shock. He actually withstood it. When Yiming's eyes moved, he was deeply shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength. Even with the help of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation's power, it did not cause the purple-robed youth any harm. This made him even more terrified. That compass should be the item that can control the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body and stared at Wen Yiming's hand. The black compass attracted his attention. Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed a hint of greed as he evilly smiled. Although this divine wilderness heavenlock formation was a replica, it was still quite extraordinary. At the very least, in the hands of the 7 divine generals' estates, it could be used to sweep away the entire younger generation in the primordial chaos space. It was also because he possessed several types of law powers, especially his attainments in spatial laws. Otherwise, if he was trapped, it would be quite dangerous. Therefore, Du Xiaofu wanted to take such a treasure for himself. Kid, you are called Du Xiaofu, right? To have the ability to save the 6th prince and the little princess, and to be able to see through this divine wilderness heavenlock formation's extraordinariness, you are indeed a rare talent. But no matter where you are from, today, This will be your burial ground. Being stared at by Du Xiaofu, Wen Yiming coldly said. He had already retreated far away, creating a sufficient distance between him and Du Xiaofu. Although this purple-robed youth was quite powerful, to the point where even he had been careless, Wen Yiming believed that with the help of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation, it would be difficult for him to escape death today. Do you think that by controlling the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation, you can deal with me? Du Xiaofu coldly snorted and said disdainfully. Although he said so, he was secretly on guard. An array that was created by imitating an ancient peerless array was definitely unimaginably powerful. It must have its own powerful points, so he could not let his guard down in the slightest. Humph, since you want to die so much, then come and try out the true power of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. Wen Yiming also snorted as he spoke. The cloak behind him fluttered, becoming taut and fluttering. He raised the compass in his hand, and waves of tyrannical primordial spirit power surged out and poured into it. Hum hum hum! The compass shone brightly and buzzed endlessly, bringing with it a vast aura that could suppress the heavens and earth. Rays of light pierced through the air, filling every inch of the surrounding space. Then, he saw that all directions, the heavens, and the earth suddenly turned black, as if the night had suddenly arrived, and there was no longer any light. It was as if this area had sunk into the most terrifying hell. Under such a scene, rays of resplendent light appeared in the night sky, like streaks of lightning that tore through the night, flashing and dazzling. Brother Du, be careful! Not far from Du Xiaofu, Fan Yishu shouted out a warning. After such a situation occurred, he could feel an extremely shocking and terrifying aura. The moment it appeared, it suppressed his primordial spirit, causing him to fall to the ground. The rest of Wen Yiming's followers were the same, and each of them was in an extremely sorry state. A group of seizing divinity experts, under the deterrence of the Great Array, could not even stand. More importantly, what they felt was only the aftermath, and most of the power was already rushing towards Du Xiaofu. Good timing! These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. He stood where he was without moving and looked at the resplendent rays of light that were flashing towards him. These rays of light approached rapidly, and soon in the void, the shapes of peerless swords appeared one after another. It was like a peerless sword rain, whistling through the air and destroying everything. Every sword carried an unparalleled ferocious aura, and as it flew through the air, it was as if it could cut through the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. It was extremely domineering. Such a terrifying scene, not to mention Du Xiaofu, who was at the center, even the surrounding seizing divinity experts trembled fiercely from the bottom of their hearts. As for the people from the divine general's residences, such a scene made their hearts calm down. Is First Young Master activating the divine wilderness heaven-lock array at full strength? This power is too terrifying. Every sword that slashes down has the power of an ordinary severing true realm expert. If I were to receive it, I'm afraid I would be injured by a graze, and die upon contact. This is great. No matter how strong that kid is, he will definitely not have a chance to escape from such an attack. First Young Master, kill him. Since he dares to spoil our plans, he can only atone for his crimes with death. Many of Wen Yiming's subordinates spoke, cheering for him. They seemed to be able to see the purple-robed youth being ground into pieces by the sharp swords that filled the sky under this large array. While everyone was secretly shocked in their hearts, they were also very clear that this was not the full power of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. If it was under the control of a seizing divinity expert, not to mention that there was only one purple-robed youth, even if there were 10,000 of him, it would be absolutely effortless to annihilate them all. Brother Du, quickly retreat! Contrary to the emotions of the crowd, Fan Yushu was constantly roaring. The calmer Du Xiaofu appeared, the more anxious he was in his heart. Under the suppression of that terrifying power, the fatty's heart was like dead ashes. He knew in his heart that there was probably no way for him to escape today. However, Du Xiaofu was different. With his true severing realm strength, he still had enough strength to fight. However, that kid seemed to have been petrified, standing motionless on the spot. Kid, give up resisting. With just you can't escape the annihilation of this large array. Why don't you die a quick death? At this moment, when Yiming said coldly, his eyes were filled with endless pride as he controlled the waves of sword rain to chop down. In an instant, it surrounded the purple-robed youth. Swish! Without a sound, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. He stood in the air, his body surrounded by purple-gold light, as if he was a god. He still stood on the spot, but the purple-gold heavenly tower was slowly raised above his head, pointing straight at the sky. At the same time, a shout burst out from his mouth. Heaven and earth are empty! Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion shook the air, and the void collapsed under this shout. It was as if an ancient city wall had collapsed, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Immediately after, a dazzling light surged out from the broadsword's body. Tiny runes swirled and quickly condensed, transforming into a vast sword beam that pierced through the heavens and earth. The sword beam radiated in all directions. It was thicker than a mountain as it rose into the sky. Boundless light was emitted, filling the darkness. It was as if at this moment, there was only this sword left in the universe. Heaven and earth were empty, and there was only one sword. The radiance of the countless sword rain outside was suppressed, and became extremely dim. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Waves of strange energy vibrated, leading to an incomparably vast pressure that suppressed every inch of space. What kind of move is this? How can it be so terrifying? Du Xiaofu's sword attack immediately caused the expressions of the nearby people to change. There were no weaklings present, so they quickly saw how terrifying this sword attack was. After the sword light appeared, space seemed to have been sealed, and it was the only thing in the world. He really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's the power of the spatial laws again. When Yiming's eyes moved as well. He was horrified by this sword. He had no doubt that if he were to directly receive this sword attack, he would definitely suffer a huge injury. In fact, these people could only feel that this sword beam was incomparably terrifying, but they could not see through the essence of this sword attack. Back then, Du Xiaofu had been fighting fiercely with Patriarch Feng San and Patriarch Zhang Jie in the Beast Alliance. He had comprehended this sword attack when he was on the verge of death. However, it was only now that he had broken through to the true severing stage that he truly understood the essence of this sword attack. This was definitely not an ordinary martial technique, but a domineering and peerless way of using the spatial laws. Under the influence of the sword beam, the surrounding space was greatly affected, forming a strange domain. This domain was similar to Du Xiaofu's absolute dominating space, but it was not the same. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had become the overlord of this space. He could control everything here. As long as it was within the range of the sword beam, everything could be easily destroyed. So what if you have more tricks up your sleeve? Even if the Heavenly King comes today, he won't be able to save you. Seeing the aura rising from Du Xiaofu's body, Wen Yiming's eyes were cold as he said with a sinister smile. The current Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation was controlled by several true severing stage experts. Although it could only barely activate the power of annihilation, it was definitely not something that an ordinary true severing stage expert could withstand. He was absolutely certain that in the next moment, the purple-robed youth would definitely die without a complete corpse. Slash! On the other side, Du Xiaofu raised the sword beam, lightly shouted, and fiercely slashed down. Chapter 2743. Slash! On the other side, Du Xiaofu raised his sword gleam, shouted loudly, and slashed down fiercely. Rumble! The sword gleam that supported the heavens and the earth moved, and the void rumbled. Under Du Xiaofu's powerful burst, this sword gleam that seemed to be the only thing that existed between heaven and earth suddenly slashed into the void. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire sky was split open, and a wide crack appeared, stretching across everything. The sword gleam exploded, and the energy was vast and mighty. The void was shaking, the thick earth was rolling, and the space was shaking. Crack! Just as the sword gleam finally landed, it was accompanied by a slight cracking sound. Immediately after, a crack could be seen in the pitch-black sky like a porcelain that had exploded. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, more cracks appeared, spreading like a spider's web, rapidly spreading in the sky above. Those sharp swords that were attacking down suddenly stopped in midair when they reached Du Xiaofu's side. They let out mournful cries, and tiny cracks appeared on the bodies of the swords. Then, in a series of bangs, the sky and the countless sharp sword gleams shattered together, turning into countless tiny fragments. Unparalleled energy swept out, vast and mighty in all directions. Large amounts of energy runes were dense, roaring and boiling, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Black holes were pierced through the space, and the boundless energy surged wildly, forming a huge vortex that swallowed all existence. Under the vast suction force, the space shattered piece by piece, and was sucked into the vortex. Du Xiaofu's figure was also drowned. In the violent surge of energy, his figure disappeared, and was covered by the energy waves that filled the sky, leaving only the endless runes flashing. In an instant, when Yiming, Fan Yushu, and the others all rapidly retreated, using their fastest speed to leave this place, retreating to an extremely far place. Such a terrifying scene made none of them dare to be careless. In such a violent wave of energy, if one was not careful, even a truth-severing realm expert like Wen Yiming would be severely injured, and a god-seizing realm expert could be instantly killed. That Du Xiaofu is really too terrifying. That sword gleamed just now, I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation's power. He should be dead, killed by the countless sword gleams. There's no way he could have survived. It's good that he's dead, we've finally gotten rid of a big enemy. After everyone retreating, they were all discussing at Lin Yun's. When Yiming's followers, especially, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu's strength. Among the Yuqing kingdom's younger generation, there was no one among the younger generation realm expert of Yu's death realm expert. However, everyone deeply felt that the sound was that terrifying energy tide, and it was enough to crush a truth-severing stage elite into nothingness, dying until not even dregs were left. Even if that kid's talent was extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. How dare you spoil the plans of our divine general's estate? Death is not to be regretted. When Yiming frowned and said coldly as he looked at the dense and boiling energy wave. When he thought about how that kid called Du Xiaofu was a powerful existence who had killed Dai Xuanjun, Zhong Su, Wang Qishuan, and the others, he thought about how he had died at his own hands. To him, and even the entire Divine General's estate, this was definitely a great contribution that could not be erased. That guy's death could be said to have removed the biggest obstacle in the chaotic space. As long as everything went smoothly, when they left the chaotic space, he and the Divine General's estate behind him would receive unimaginable benefits, making the other 6 Divine Generals' estate envious. Brother Du! On the other side, Fan Yushu was stunned on the spot, his expression dim, and he had yet to recover from his shock. He had not known Du Xiaofu for long, so he did not feel much grief. However, because such a powerful expert had passed away, he felt extremely regretful. One had to know that such an outstanding youth had probably reached a level that no one could compare to among the young experts of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. As one of the strongest young experts in the Divine Kingdom, Wen Yiming could only be crushed by him. But now, he had died under the peerless might of the Divine Wilderness Heaven-lock array. This was an incomparably pitiful matter. In the upcoming battle for the Supreme Changrong Heaven, there would probably be such an existence who would have the opportunity to shine brightly in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. Young Master One, I'll go and see if that kid's body is still there. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, one of Wen Yiming's subordinates stepped forward and said to him. Wen Yiming nodded slightly in agreement. After this subordinate received permission, his full cultivation of the seizing divinity realm erupted. He stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. A powerful force surged out from his fingertip, piercing through the air and creating a huge black hole. He stepped into the void and walked into the black hole. In the next instant, his figure had already appeared in the distance. There was a huge amount of energy shockwave that was extremely terrifying. This subordinate's clothes fluttered in the wind, and a strong golden light covered his body. It made him look otherworldly and indescribably elegant, like a deity. You waited until the battle was over to show off your power. Why didn't I see you showing off earlier? When Fan Yushu saw this scene, he could not help but snort and say with disdain. In his eyes, that person's actions were definitely awe-inspiring, displaying an otherworldly aura to set off his mighty image. However, Fatty could only grumble in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. At this moment, when Yiming and his subordinates were not far away and could attack him at any time, Du Xiaofu was dead, and his next encounter would definitely be extremely miserable. He even felt some sorrow in his heart, deeply saddened by the fate he was about to face. Fan Yushu did not say anything. He only glanced at Wen Yiming's subordinate who had attacked. He wanted to see if he could still see the purple-robed youth's corpse when he pushed aside the violent energy waves. However, under his gaze, Fan Yushu's eyes suddenly widened after the person in the distance made his move. It was as if he had seen a ghost, and his pupils were filled with fear. Brother Du is actually not dead, Fan Yushu muttered, extremely shocked. In his line of sight, after the energy runes that filled the sky were pushed aside, a purple-robed figure appeared in an instant. At this moment, he was still standing in the air, unmoving, overbearing, and awe-inspiring. This scene made Fatty unable to believe it no matter how hard he tried. Not only him, but Wen Yiming and his subordinates were even more shocked. How is this possible? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? How can he still be alive? This is simply impossible. Under that terrifying energy attack, an ordinary true severing realm cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to survive. This kid is too strange. He actually didn't die like that. It's too scary, it's too scary. Is he still human? No one dared to believe their own eyes. Everything in front of them seemed so unreal. It was too unreal. This is impossible. The veins on Wen Yiming's forehead throbbed violently. As if he was possessed, he could not help but tremble as he spoke. Du Xiaofu's sword strike just now was absolutely tyrannical, but the sword rain that came from the divine desolate heaven-lock array was also extremely terrifying. When the two collided, the energy fluctuations that erupted were enough to exterminate countless existences in the world. At the very least, when Wen Yiming himself faced the boiling energy waves, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. But at this moment, when his subordinate pushed aside the violent waves that filled the sky, the purple-robed youth had appeared in front of him. How could anyone believe that this was real? Do you really think I'm that easy to kill? Du Xiaofu stood in midair, unmoving. A sinister sentence came out from between his teeth. His robes had long been shattered, turning into powder. At this moment, what covered his body was a green spirit armor that flickered with a misty green light. Die. Du Xiaofu's mouth once again burst out with this word. His hair was messy, and his eyes were fierce. With a wave of his hand, he struck out a powerful bolt of lightning. It was like a pillar that reached the heavens, brazenly sweeping out. Not far in front of him, Wen Yiming's subordinate was also in a state of boundless shock. Because Du Xiaofu was not dead, he was stunned. When such a terrifying bolt of lightning approached him, he had just reacted. He surged with all his strength, wanting to resist it head-on. However, it was all too late. Under the terrifying might of the lightning, this expert of the seizing god realm was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't be more dead, not even a speck was left. Ugh! After doing all this, Du Xiaofu's throat churned, and a gush of blood surged up. However, he forcefully swallowed it down. In the midst of that terrifying energy fluctuation, the space was directly messed up, and he couldn't even use the first form of Fuyao. He could only use the absolute hegemony domain to defend himself. In addition to the protection of the green spirit armor, he was finally able to resist it. However, his body was also greatly shaken. His physical body was not seriously injured, but there were many tears. However, with the existence of the immortal Xian body, these injuries were nothing to him. The most important thing was that the primordial spirit was shaken, causing Du Xiaofu's mind to sway, and his head to feel some pain. Sixth Prince, little princess, and brother Jibai, come out. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said softly. Immediately, the ancient desolate space opened, and Yu Qingyu, Yu Qingliang, and He Jibai flew out one by one. Brother Du, you're injured. Yu Qingliang was the first to discover Du Xiaofu's condition, and couldn't help but ask worriedly. He Jibai and Yu Qingyu also looked at him, revealing a look of concern. I'm fine, just a small injury. Du Xiaofu casually skimmed over it, and then pointed to Wen Yiming and the rest in the distance, saying, Didn't we already say that we were going to cause trouble? Right now, this is the center of the divine desolate heavenlock formation. You should know the people over there. From now on, let's go all out and uncover these people's conspiracy. Let's put them under the sun and properly bask in the sun. He was really a little angry. Although he said it casually, he had indeed suffered a lot of injuries. He also began to treat the 7 great divine generals' residences seriously from the bottom of his heart. When Yiming, the people of the Tsungluan divine generals' residence actually participated in the rebellion. Looking at the young man in the cloak opposite him, He Jibai's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth and said, Earlier, Du Xiaofu already knew all this from Tantairui's memories. However, seeing the people of the Tsungluan divine general's residence now, He Jibai couldn't help but feel angry. When Yiming, when your Tsungluan divine general's residence did these things, you must have already made a certain amount of mental preparation to face failure. Therefore, this prince won't waste any more words with you. Prepare to be beheaded, Yu Qingliang said softly as he looked at Wen Yiming. Heh. I was wondering who it was. So it's His Highness the 6th Prince and Her Highness the Little Princess. Oh, and young Master He from the Zihong Divine General's residence. So you've been following this kid and hiding in his spatial treasure. When Yiming recovered from his shock and sneered at the 3 people who suddenly appeared. If you want me to be beheaded, not to mention useless trash like you, even you, Yu Qingxi, Yu Qingdu, Yu Qingqi, and the rest can't even protect yourselves. And what right do you have to hoot in front of me? 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother. Yu Qingyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she hurriedly asked. Wen Yiming, what did you do to them? Yu Qingxi, Yu Qinggu, and Yu Qingqi were the 6th prince and the little princess's 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother. They were also the experts sent by the imperial family to the chaos space to train. The 3 of them were extremely strong. The weakest, the 5th prince, Yu Qingqi, was not weaker than Dai Xuanzhen's cultivation. Humph, you can't even protect your own lives now. Do you still want to save them? When Yiming sneered as he looked at the little princess. He could see that Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingyu, and He Jibai were still in the seizing god realm. They hadn't even reached the perfect realm. Not to mention the divine desolate heavenlock array, even in the outside world, he could easily crush these 3 pieces of trash. You seem to have forgotten my existence. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's light voice sounded out. When it entered Wen Yiming's ears, he was stunned once again. But in just a moment, he recovered and couldn't help but sneer again. With just you? Maybe I'm not as good as you in a head-on fight, but don't think that I can't see that you're already injured. I'm still in my prime and can control the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. How many more times do you think you can withstand the full force of the formation? His smile was ice-cold as he stared at Du Xiaofu. Just as he said, he controlled the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, and Du Xiaofu was bound to be heavily injured every time he faced it. After a few more times, there would be a time when he would be defeated. No matter what, Wen Yiming only felt that he had the absolute advantage at this moment. As long as he didn't fight the purple-robed youth head-on, he would be in an invincible position. Is that so? Du Xiaofu was expressionless as he said coldly. Then let's continue to try. Let's see which one of you can leave here alive today. This is also good. Dai Xuanzhen and the rest of the trash couldn't capture you. Since you actually jumped out and appeared here, then I'll settle you all together today. When Yiming shouted, his voice and expression stern. As he spoke, a ball of bright light shot out from his forehead, so bright that the surrounding subordinates couldn't open their eyes. A powerful aura rose, and waves of primordial spirit power surged like waves, rushing into the compass in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The compass shook violently, emitting a metallic sound. It once again emitted a resplendent light, like a scorching sun. A powerless power shot out, piercing through the void. The entire space began to shake violently under the influence of this power. A terrifying power was brewing and condensing, rapidly rising and steaming, as if it wanted to crush this area into pieces. Facing Wen Yiming's action, Du Xiaofu didn't speak. A ray of divine light shot out from his eyes. Suddenly he looked at Fan Yushu and said, "Damn fatty, why aren't you coming over? Are you standing there waiting to be slaughtered?" "Oh." Fan Yushu quivered and immediately reacted. His fat body was extremely agile. In a flash, he appeared directly beside Du Xiaofu. However, until now, he was still a little confused and didn't know what was going on. The sixth prince, the little princess, and young master He from the divine general Zihang's mansion. The three of them had come with Du Xiaofu. As one of the 10 divine generals' manors under the Yuqing divine kingdom, Wen Yiming, who came from the Tsungluan divine general's mansion, was actually an enemy of the prince and the princess. This made the fatty unable to figure out what was going on. He was confused. Wasn't it tantamount to treason for the divine general's mansion's disciples to attack the prince and the princess? Moreover, according to Wen Yiming's words, they didn't just want to make things difficult for the sixth prince and the little princess. Even the other 3 princes seemed to have fallen into their trap. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the other divine general's manor seemed to be involved as well. Apart from the Tsungluan divine general's mansion, Dai Xuanzhen, Zhong Su, and Wang Qishuan were all familiar to Fan Yushu. They were all disciples of the 10 divine generals' manors. What kind of upheaval were they brewing? It's scary to think about it. Our divine black sect isn't weak, but we definitely can handle these behemoths. The fatty calculated in his mind, weighing the pros and cons. He wondered if he should leave as soon as possible and not get involved in this mess. However, on second thought, he was all alone. It would be almost impossible for him to leave this formation. If he relied on the protection of the Du Xiaofu brothers, he might have a chance. Or should he join Wen Yiming's side? The fatty couldn't help but shudder at this thought. He didn't even dare to think about going against the imperial family. Chapter 2744. Fan Yushu was in a dilemma. The divine black sect wasn't considered weak among the countless forces in the Yuqing divine kingdom, but it was nothing compared to the divine kingdom's imperial family and the 10 divine generals' residences. If he rashly participated in the battle of these people, the result would be either a meteoric rise or the destruction of his sect. It was better to stay out of it. However, he didn't have time to think too much. He heard Wen Yiming shout, "Divine Baron Heavenlock, slay gods and demons!" The compass in his hand flew into the air and emitted endless light. It was like a sun hanging in the middle of the sky. Imperceptibly, invisible runes were spreading out, affecting all existences in the surrounding space and affecting the order of the laws here. Following that, a terrifying pressure descended and landed on everyone present. In an instant, space began to twist and distort. Huge chunks of space began to move, moving like mountains. With an unparalleled pressure, they pressed down on Du Xiaofu's group from all directions. Every single one of those giant spatial blocks carried a heaven-dominating, earth-shattering power that could suppress everything. As soon as it moved, it crushed the surrounding void into pieces and sprinkled them down. Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingyu, He Jibai, Fan Yushu, and the others were all stunned. This scene was too terrifying. They couldn't resist at all. Everyone's xianqi was suppressed to the point that they couldn't circulate it. Even breathing became incomparably difficult. The killing array of the Divine Baron Heavenlock formation really can't be underestimated. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he watched all these changes. Elder Kong had once told him that the divine barren heavenlock formation once enveloped the entire 33 heavens in ancient times, trapping and killing countless demon armies. It was truly powerful and domineering. Right now, when Yiming could barely activate it, but this power was enough to shock the world. At the very least, there weren't many people in the primal chaos space who could withstand it. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu had grasped one of the 4 primordial laws, the laws of space. So, with its uniqueness, he was able to slightly resist it. Since it's not the real divine wilderness heavenlock array, and it's not even a millionth of the one from back then there must be a corresponding way to break it. It's just an imitation, so it's definitely not unsolvable, Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. Facing Wen Yiming's attack, not only did he not react in time, but he also silently closed his eyes and carefully sensed with his heart. His actions were seen by Wen Yiming's followers, and they couldn't help but feel astonished. What is this brat doing? Not only did he not fight back, he even closed his eyes. I'm afraid that after seeing the might of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, he was scared silly. Kiki. He should be an arrow at the end of its flight, and doesn't have the strength to fight anymore. No matter what he's trying to do, he won't be able to escape death under young Master Wen's attack. Many people spoke coldly as they looked at the purple-robed figure in the distance as if they were looking at a dead person. The 6th prince, He Jibai, and the others beside Du Xiaofu also had worried expressions. They also did not know what Du Xiaofu was doing. Why did he suddenly close his eyes as if he did not have any intention of directly facing the enemy? If he just stood there without moving, the only result would be that he would be crushed into a pile of minced meat. As for the few of them, they would also not be able to escape the fate of death. Du Xiaofu had released them from the ancient desolate space, so it was impossible for him to send them to their deaths. Seeing that the suppression of the giant spatial block was getting closer and closer, the few of them began to panic. Under that incomparably terrifying power, they couldn't even protect themselves. The key to this imitation of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation should be on that compass. If I want to break it, I can try to start from there. As Du Xiaofu pondered, the power of his primordial spirit spread out like a surging tide. At the same time, the law imprint in his mind lit up. Following the trajectory of the power of his primordial spirit, he felt for the traces of order within the space of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. In his perception, he could vaguely sense that there were Tao runes circulating in the compass. They filled the void and resonated with some of the elements in this space. This result allowed Du Xiaofu to finally confirm his speculation. Do it. Just as he sensed all of this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly opened. 2 beams of light shot out, as if they were solid, piercing through the void. He could sense that under the pressure of the giant spatial block, the void was about to be sealed. If he was a step late, he would be in the same situation as before and fall into an extremely passive situation. Du Xiaofu no longer acted gentle. He immediately moved and used the Fuyao style. The purple-robed figure suddenly disappeared from the spot as if he had disappeared into thin air. Brother Du. This scene caused Hijibai and the others to be greatly shocked. They were not shocked by Du Xiaofu's methods, but by the giant spatial blocks that were about to land on top of their heads. The vast and mighty power was just a simple suppression. Before it could reach their bodies, it caused their bodies to silently split open. Blood spurted out like a fountain. In an instant, the 4 of them were already seriously injured. Scarlet blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths. Du Xiaofu, go to hell. In the distance, Wen Yiming laughed sinisterly. He was incomparably carefree. He originally thought that he would need to use more methods to suppress the brat, but he did not expect that the other party would directly give up resisting and stand there in a daze. To Wen Yiming, this was simply the most delightful thing to see. However, not long after, he suddenly lost the figure of the purple-robed youth. This made his heart skip a beat, and he felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his head to look at the position in the sky. At the same time, Wen Yiming's figure flew out and rushed toward the compass that was shining brightly above his head. However, When he started to make these movements, everything was already too late. At this time, the purple-robed youth was already standing in midair. He stretched out his palm and transformed it into an extremely large handprint. It was suffused with a purple-gold light and was about to seize the compass. Such a handprint was extremely terrifying. It had lightning revolving, raging fire, and space evolving, several types of power of law intertwined and intertwined, fluctuating with a terrifying power that swept toward the compass. Woo woo woo. Under the influence of the external force, the compass began to vibrate violently and let out a terrifying trembling sound. Brat, how dare you! Wen Yiming was shocked and quickly attacked. The power in his body surged as he used all his strength to control the rotation of the compass. He wanted to get rid of Du Xiaofu's entanglement. Waves of powerful energy were activated. An invisible mysterious force circulated and stirred up the void. In the distance, the huge space blocks immediately moved horizontally again and suppressed in the direction of the compass. Following that, the pressure on Yuqing Liang, He Jibai, and the other two was greatly reduced. They immediately regained their freedom, but each of them was severely injured and collapsed to the ground. You overestimate yourself. Is the mysterious heaven compass something that you can covet? Wen Yiming shouted, almost roaring. Seeing Du Xiaofu attack the compass in midair, his eyes were filled with intense hatred. The mysterious heaven compass was the key to controlling the divine wilderness heaven lock formation. There were only 4 similar items. As for the people from the 7 divine generals' residences, they only had 2. If Du Xiaofu took it, it would definitely lead to severe punishment from the big shots behind them. He would never allow such a thing to happen. As he spoke, Wen Yiming mobilized the power in his body and controlled the compass to rotate rapidly. The huge space blocks moved horizontally and attacked Du Xiaofu. Break for me. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. As he waved his huge palm of light, his other hand suddenly stretched out. 9 purplish gold flowing lights flew out from his body, carrying a terrifying aura. They pierced through the void, leaving 9 pitch-black marks. Rumble. These were 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons. Once they appeared, they caused the wind and clouds to change. Lightning poured down from the sky and boiled in the void. The 9 cauldrons carried an unparalleled power and brazenly struck in all directions, smashing down on the huge space blocks. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 cauldrons suppressed the world, absolutely domineering. Amidst the terrifying rumbling sounds, the giant void blocks were crushed into powder. The 9 cauldrons drew 9 trajectories and shuttled back and forth in the void, destroying everything in their path. They crushed everything and forcibly suppressed the huge space blocks. Get lost! High up in the sky, Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. The sound wave was vast and shattered the 9 heavens. It was unknown when the purple gold heavenly tower was in his hand again. He slashed down fiercely, and a bright sword light formed. It was as if it could pierce through the heavens and the earth, slashing fiercely in Wen Yiming's direction. Faced with such a sword, Wen Yiming leaped into the air and formed a huge wind blade with a flip of his hand. It collided with Du Xiaofu's sword light. Following a terrifying rumbling sound, the 2 waves of power shattered upon contact, turning into symbols that covered the sky as they leapt about. Taking advantage of this gap, Du Xiaofu circulated the power in his body even more. All of it was channeled into the huge palm of light, seizing the entire compass. In the midst of this, the invisible law trajectories on the compass were forcefully broken, and it lost contact with Wen Yiming. Such a scene caused Wen Yiming's heart to tremble fiercely. In an instant, his face turned ashen. How could this be? Wen Yiming muttered, feeling extremely incredulous. The mysterious heavenly compass was one of the 4 compasses that controlled the divine desolate heaven lock formation. If it really fell into Du Xiaofu's hands, he would no longer have any advantage. He could only be suppressed and ruthlessly trampled on by his opponent. Most importantly, the divine desolate heaven lock formation did not belong to the 7 divine generals' residences. If it was lost, not only would the divine general residence of Tsanglun receive great credit, just the loss of the compass was enough to consign them to eternal damnation. Humph! Du Xiaofu coldly snorted. Under the guidance of the palm of light, the shining compass flew to his side. However, he quickly discovered that the compass did not only have the power of Wen Yiming's primordial spirit, but also an even more powerful force that played a dominant role in it. Therefore, even if he had the compass in his hand, he could not use it to control the divine desolate heaven-lock formation. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu threw the mysterious heavenly compass into his Jianquan bag and looked at Wen Yiming in the blink of an eye. Is that compass the item that controls this formation? It was actually obtained by Brother Du. Brother Du is too strong. Even Wen Yiming is not a match for him. Even if he can control the divine desolate heaven-lock formation, he is still suppressed by him. This is great. Without the compass in his hand, Wen Yiming is no longer a threat. Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingyu, He Jibai, and Fan Yushu all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. They knew that with Du Xiaofu's strength, without the restraint of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation, Wen Yiming would definitely not be his match. This made the four of them extremely happy. In contrast to their emotions, Wen Yiming's subordinates all had ugly expressions. They were deeply fearful of the purple-robed youth's strength. Du Xiaofu, quickly return the mysterious heavenly compass to me. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, Wen Yiming's eyes were red as he roared sternly at Du Xiaofu. The colossus behind the 7 divine generals' estates was not something their divine generals' estates could afford to offend. Similarly, they could not afford to offend this purple-robed youth in front of them. If he insisted on seizing the mysterious heavenly compass, his final outcome would definitely be 10,000 times more miserable than falling into the hands of the 7 divine generals' estates. However, his words carried the strongest threat in Du Xiaofu's ears. At this time, you don't want to run for your life. Instead, you are threatening me. I wonder if your head has been squeezed by a door or kicked by a donkey? Du Xiaofu spoke coldly as he stared at Wen Yiming as if he was looking at an idiot. As soon as these words were spoken, Wen Yiming felt as if he had awoken from a dream. Only then did he realize that if he did not run for his life, with the purple-robed youth's strength, he would not be a match for him at all. Wen Yiming's mind raced. In the blink of an eye, he had weighed the pros and cons. Then, without saying a word, he quickly retreated. The power of the wind attribute laws surged, and in an instant, he pulled an extremely far distance away from Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the power of his primordial spirit was released nervously, constantly judging the purple-robed youth's movements. The other party's space-jumping technique was too mysterious, so he had no choice but to treat it seriously. Want to escape? Don't you think it's too late? Du Xiaofu said softly. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared from his original spot. Chapter 2745. But this time, Wen Yiming was already prepared. His mind had always been tightly tied to Du Xiaofu's body. In the instant that the other party disappeared, he unleashed boundless wind blades that surrounded his body, wrapping him within. Just as he had expected, in the next moment, a sword ray shot out from the void. However, under the obstruction of the wind blades, the sword ray was quickly extinguished, and did not cause any harm to Wen Yiming. If I really want to leave, you can't stop me, Wen Yiming said in a gloomy voice. As he spoke, his figure shot out and quickly escaped into the distance. He knew that if he was a step slower, Du Xiaofu's space domain would descend again. If he was really entangled by that terrifying space law, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to escape. I really can't stop you. Then I want to see where you can escape to. I dare say that even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to get rid of me. Du Xiaofu said lightly and chased after him once again. He was not in a hurry to kill Wen Yiming, so he did not use his full strength. Instead, he constantly restricted his movements, causing his speed to greatly decrease. Most importantly, he knew that Wen Yiming's cultivation was also at the true severing realm. Under the circumstances where the other party was prepared, even though he had the upper hand, he was unable to quickly kill him. Du Du Xiaofu was only thinking that his goal in coming to the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation was to investigate the 7 great divine generals' estates. Furthermore, the other 3 princes and the rest might also be here. When Yiming was escaping, he would definitely seek help from his companions. In this way, Du Xiaofu's goal would naturally be achieved. The 2 of them, one chasing and one escaping, disappeared into the distance in an instant. Quickly follow Brother Du! In the distance, Yu Qingliang shouted. Without any delay, he brought Yu Qingyu, He Jibai, and Fan Yushu along as they quickly chased after Du Xiaofu and Fan Yushu. Within the inner space of the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation, their seizing divinity cultivation was not enough. If they lost Du Xiaofu's protection, it would be difficult for them to do anything. If he were to meet the people from the 7 divine generals' manors again, then there would be no way for him to survive. The best outcome would be being captured alive. What should we do? On the other side, when Yiming's subordinates looked at each other, their young master Wen was no match for his opponent, and had even lost the extremely important profound heaven compass. Now that he had abandoned everyone and left, they really didn't know what to do. Follow him and find an opportunity to inform the others. We must capture that brat and take back the profound heavenly compass. Otherwise, if the higher-ups blame us, not to mention us, even young Master Wen and the divine General Tsangmian's estate behind him will have to bear the consequences. Not long after, another expert spoke up. When the others heard this, they all nodded and immediately followed him. Du Xiaofu, I will definitely make you die without a burial place. When Yiming clenched his teeth tightly and said hatefully, he quickly fled, but under the suppression of the purple-robed youth, he couldn't unleash his maximum speed. Therefore, his subordinates Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingyu, He Jibai, Fan Yushu, and many other seizing divinity cultivators, could barely keep up with their footsteps. In the space of the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation, there were already many experts from the outside world gathered. Those who could enter here were at least at the seizing divinity realm. However, after most people entered, they were all lost in it. They didn't have a powerful primordial spirit and strength like Du Xiaofu, who could see through all the illusions around them. However, after Du Xiaofu entered, everyone else entered at the same time. They knew that they had fallen into a huge trap set up by some experts, and were trapped in the formation. Therefore, these people gathered together in an organized manner, wanting to wade in the muddy water here. However, when they truly entered, they were filled with great fear. They could not find their way forward at all. In desperation, many people could only wander around aimlessly. But slowly, some people gradually lost their patience. What kind of existence is this? What kind of formation is this? Why don't we have any clue? This place is too strange. It's a vast mist, and the power of the primordial spirit can only spread out to a range of dozens of miles. To us, what's the difference between this and being blind? I really don't know who set up this formation and spread the news of the Chaos Dao artifact to attract countless experts. What is their purpose? Many people were puzzled and didn't know what kind of situation they were facing. However, everyone wanted to know the truth and understand what kind of scam they were in. The news of the appearance of a Chaos Dao artifact had attracted them here. What kind of conspiracy was brewing behind this? If the person who set up the formation appears, we will definitely have a good fight with him. Someone gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a fierce light as he spoke hatefully. It has to be like this. Everyone has been fooled and trapped in such a strange place. There were also people who cursed angrily. However, they also knew that even if they didn't enter this place, there was no way out in the canyon. Those people who set up the formation still haven't appeared. They must have a purpose for trapping us here. At this time, another person spoke calmly as if he was seriously thinking about something. However, no matter how he guessed, he couldn't see through the thoughts of the person who set up the formation. There's someone in the sky. Suddenly, an expert's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. When the others heard this, they also looked up. In the sky there were 2 groups of figures, one in front and one behind, moving quickly. There were only 2 people in the front group, and it seemed that one was chasing and the other was fleeing. From time to time, there would be terrifying energy attacks surging, sweeping through heaven and earth. And behind them, another group of figures appeared, following closely behind the two people in front. What terrifying attacks! Could it be that the cultivation of those two people are in the truth-severing stage? This is too terrifying. That kind of strength can't be possessed by the God-seizing stage. The two people in front must be in the truth-severing stage without a doubt. The two groups behind seem to be in the God-seizing stage. To be able to break through to the truth-severing stage so quickly, they should be people from the imperial family and the 10 great divine generals' residences. But why are they hostile and fighting each other? Could it be that there are other experts who have broken through to the truth-severing stage? When these experts saw the scene in the sky, they all spoke out, extremely shocked by the strength of the two people in front of them. At this time, the truth-severing stage in the origin space was definitely a breakthrough after entering the origin space. Other than those few famous people, they couldn't think of any other existence. And if the two people in the lead were from the imperial family and the 10 great divine generals' residences, then why were they facing off against each other? These experts were confused, not understanding the reason. But doubts were doubts. Finally, seeing a large group of figures, these people didn't even think, directly moving into the air, flying up, and following closely behind. Ha! As the crowd flew, someone suddenly cried out in surprise, pointing to the sky, and said, "Look at that purple-robed youth in front, isn't that the person in the depths of the canyon?" "That's right, it's him." At the side, an expert spoke with certainty. "Among the two groups of people behind us, that fat guy is with that purple-robed young man." They quickly recognized the identities of Du Xiaofu and Fan Yushu. These two people were walking together in the canyon, and they had all seen them before. Most importantly, there was a large formation here, and it was also the purple-robed young man who saw through it first. Everyone remembered his appearance very clearly. And that damn fat guy, his appearance was too outstanding. After seeing it once, it was hard to forget even if one wanted to. "Quick, let's go faster, follow them, we must not fall behind." Many experts suddenly had a feeling of excitement, as if they had found a group. Each of them unleashed their maximum speed, quickly following behind the two groups in front, afraid that if they were half a beat slower, they would lose their target. That purple-robed youth is actually at the truth-severing stage. He was the first to discover the strangeness of this place, and at this time, he is chasing after that cloaked guy in front. Could it be that this large formation was set up by him? Some of these experts were quite calm, but in a short time, they made some guesses, inferring the identity of the person that the purple-robed youth was chasing. "Very likely." Everyone nodded, expressing their agreement with this guess. "Someone is following us." Du Xiaofu also saw the situation behind. With his strength, he naturally spied on everything clearly. Seeing such a scene, an idea suddenly rose in his heart. "Maybe I can give it a try." Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. Then his figure disappeared, and the first style of Fuyao was activated again. He appeared on the path that Wen Yiming was on, and a resplendent pillar of lightning blasted out, directly attacking him. Such an attack blocked the other party's movements for a moment, so that even though He Jibai, Fan Yushu, and the others behind were exhausted, they still had enough time to barely catch up. "Brat, just wait to be beheaded. I will definitely make you die without a burial place, and the Xiantian compass that you took will return to my hands." When Yiming roared hatefully, opening his mouth to shout. He knew very well that although the Xiantian compass was extremely important to him, it was useless in Du Xiaofu's hands. It contained an extremely tyrannical primordial spirit power, and it was not something that ordinary people could refine. Therefore, even if Du Xiaofu took away the Xiantian compass, Wen Yiming was not too worried, because the other party could not use it to control the divine wilderness heaven lock formation. Chapter 2746. Du Xiaofu stopped Wen Yiming for a moment, allowing the people behind him to take the opportunity to catch up. Then, he used the power of his primordial spirit to cover a large area. Other than the people behind him, there were also many people trapped in the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. Then, he exploded again and chased after Wen Yiming. Don't do anything useless. I'm focused on defense. You can't kill me, Wen Yiming said coldly with a gloomy face. With his strength, if he wanted to avoid Du Xiaofu and focus on defense, Du Xiaofu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Du Xiaofu didn't want to kill him immediately. He chased after Wen Yiming and kept circling around him. This action caused many experts below to notice the two figures, which attracted the attention of many people. The person who set up the formation is here. Everyone, attack together and kill them! A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, and his voice spread through the 9 heavens, causing many people in the surroundings to hear him. Once these words were said, a commotion broke out in the space of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. Have you found the person who set up the formation? I really want to see who set up this great formation to actually trap everyone here. Everyone attack together and find him. Let's see what kind of conspiracy is brewing behind them. Let's go. Let's see who these people are. They dare to make all the forces in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom their enemy. Countless experts shouted as they chased after the two figures in the sky. Soon, not far behind Du Xiaofu, a large group of people gathered together with Yi Bai, Yuqing Liang, and the others. They followed behind Du Xiaofu from afar. On the other hand, the faces of Wen Yiming's subordinates turned extremely ugly. Every one of them felt a little frightened. With such a large group of seizing divinity realm experts, as long as they didn't encounter a true severing realm expert, they could sweep through the origin space. This is bad. Our plan was messed up by Du Xiaofu. Someone among Wen Yiming's subordinates muttered. They attracted so many experts into the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. Their initial goal wasn't to let them gather together to deal with the 7 divine generals' residences. Now, with Du Xiaofu's interference, everything was out of control. If those people turn around to deal with us, I'm afraid that we won't be able to. We can't even withstand a single round of attacks. Another person said in a panic, his voice filled with extreme fear. But those people didn't seem to take them, and they were following Du Xiaofu and young Master Wen. Young Master Wen and young Master Wen. The most important thing was that Yi Bai, Yuqing Liang, and the other 3 didn't even turn around to look at them. This allowed Wen Yiming's subordinates to heave a sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu, what do you want? Countless experts gathered, causing Wen Yiming to be on guard. What do I want? Don't you have any idea? Du Xiaofu snorted lightly and executed the Fuyao style consecutively. He charged towards Wen Yiming and said, You 7 divine generals' manners have been plotting for a long time. It's time to bring all your schemes under the sun and bask them in the sun. He slashed down with his sword, forcing Wen Yiming to retreat with all his might. Then, Du Xiaofu turned his gaze and saw that there were already more than 1,000 people following behind him. They were coming in a grandiose manner. It's about time, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He didn't chase after Wen Yiming closely. Instead, he opened up enough space for him to escape. However, in consideration of the speed of the experts behind him, he still chased after him from time to intercept him. It was under such circumstances that Du Xiaofu followed closely behind Wen Yiming, forcing him into a difficult situation. Just as Du Xiaofu had expected, Wen Yiming's purpose of escaping was to find his companions so that they could join forces to deal with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, you really dared to chase after me. You're simply seeking your own death. Wen Yiming sneered and looked back at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't reply and followed closely behind him. The two of them had their own thoughts. Wen Yiming hoped that his companions would join forces to take down the young man who had ruined their plans. Du Xiaofu wanted to follow behind Wen Yiming and find the other people from the 7 divine generals' residences. Under such circumstances, the two of them, one chasing and one escaping, were followed by a large group of figures. Finally, not long after, the group arrived at an illusory area. Here, the mountains and rivers had all disappeared. The layers of mist had also completely disappeared. There was only a boundless void and a strange light that flowed endlessly. It gave off an indescribable dreamlike feeling. Wen Yiming didn't even think and directly entered such a place. After Du Xiaofu stepped in, he felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. The colorful light surrounded the surroundings, as if it could transform into the most violent Tao of slaughter at any time. Du Xiaofu, you're dead today! Wen Yiming stopped running and stood in the void as he coldly looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "There's actually such an existence in the inner space of the divine wilderness heaven lock array." Du Xiaofu still didn't answer Wen Yiming's words. Instead, he was observing everything. He saw that not far from Wen Yiming, there were many figures. There were at least 1,000 of them. And these people were all emitting a deep and vast aura that was difficult to measure. These people were roughly divided into 3 groups. One side was led by 2 youths, and there were hundreds of figures surrounding them. Du Xiaofu observed that these 2 youths were both at the true severing realm. He had even met one of them before, and it was the bare-chested brawny man that he had seen in the divine wilderness heaven lock array when he had saved Yu Qingliang earlier. He was Helian Shang from the divine General Yin's estate. On the other side, there was a large number of people. They were divided into 4 groups and were not organized. The strongest among them was not even at the great circle of the God-seizing realm. These people should be the people from the various powers of the Yuqing divine kingdom. Du Xiaofu quickly determined that the people in front were undoubtedly from the 7 great divine generals' estates, and the latter were from the various powers in the divine nations. They were attracted here by the news of the primal chaos Tao artifact. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Very quickly, after Du Xiaofu and Li Wuyo entered, He Jibai, Yu Qingliang, Fan Yushu, and a large group of people who followed them here also followed. So the person who set up the array was hiding here. Who is it that wants to attack all the powers in the divine nations? Stand out! What audacity! Who dares to risk universal condemnation and make everyone their enemy? Who is it that has such ability? After these people arrived, they all shouted loudly, and their voices shook the sky. Yu Qingliang and Yu Qingyu looked around. When they saw a few figures bound by the 5-colored flowing light in the distance, they exclaimed, "Third brother, 4th brother, 5th brother!" At the same time, He Jibai also saw the figures and instantly blurted out, "Your Highnesses!" That's right, there were a few people who were surrounded by Helian Shang and the others. Streaks of 5-colored light wrapped around their bodies like powerful shackles, making them unable to move at all. "Wen Yiming, why did you come back?" Among the crowd, Helian Shang from the divine General in He's mansion frowned when he saw so many people appear one after another. Hearing this, another young man at the truth-severing realm also looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu and the others. "Helian Izong, I've met a tough nut." Wen Yiming looked at Du Xiaofu fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Helian Shang Tandai Ruchuan, how dare you? Let go of my 3 royal brothers, Brother Yoguang, and Brother Izong." The little princess stepped forward and shouted clearly, "Heh! So the 6th prince and the little princess are also here. We were worried about where to find you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us." Helian Shang didn't say anything. Instead, it was the young man at the truth-severing realm beside him who laughed lightly and said, "This person looked somewhat similar to Tantai Ruwei." He was her younger brother, Tantai Ruchuan from the divine General Xian Zhan's mansion. "Looks like you're determined to be enemies with the royal family. I'm afraid you've miscalculated. When the time comes, you won't even know how you died." Yu Qingliang knew that it was useless to say too much, so he only said this sentence. However, his words only caused Tantai Ruchuan to laugh loudly. He said, "What time is it now? You're still talking tough. Do you really think we're scared? 6th prince, little princess, don't waste your energy talking nonsense with them. They won't cry until they see the coffin. They definitely won't stop easily." On the side, Du Xiaofu said lightly, "Who are you?" Tantai Ruchuan frowned and asked aloud, "I'm here to kill you." Du Xiaofu curled the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "This kid is very strange. He seems to have just broken through to the true severing stage, but I'm no match for him at all. Dai Xuanzhen, Wang Qishuan, and Zhong Su were also saved by him when they captured Yu Qingliang and Yu Qingyu. And now, the profound heaven compass has also fallen into his hands. When Yiming moved to Helian Shang and Tanhai Ruchuan's side and said cautiously, "Only if the three of us join forces will we have a chance to take him down in one fell swoop." When Yiming's words caused Helian Shang and Tantai Ruchuan's gazes to harden fiercely. Helian Shang stepped forward and said, "It was him who killed Dai Xuanzhen, Zhong Su, Wang Qishuan, and the others?" They had attacked the sixth prince and little princess earlier. They had thought that under Dai Xuanzhen's leadership, it would be a small matter as easy as flipping one's hand. However, they did not expect that in the end. Not only did those people fail to capture the two of them, they even lost their own lives in the end. This result caused Helian Shang, who had arrived later, to be extremely furious. He even stole the profound heaven compass? Tantai Ruchuan turned his gaze towards Wen Yiming, and his eyes were filled with endless anger. "This brat is too strong!" Wen Yiming was a little frightened by Helian Shang's gaze and could only say such a sentence. "Well, since they have come here to die, then let's take care of them together." Helian Shang's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice. Around them, thousands of people listened to their conversation and finally understood what was going on. "So the people who set up this great formation are from the Divine General's manors. Other than the Divine General Xianzhan's mansion, the Divine General Yinhe's mansion, and the Divine General Tsanglun's mansion, it seems that the Divine General Taishu's mansion, the Divine General Yuan Ding's mansion, the Divine General Xian Huang's mansion, and the Divine General Nia Huang's mansion are also involved. They actually attacked the princes and princesses. What are they trying to do? The news of the Chaos Dao artifact should have been spread by them. What is their purpose in attracting us here?" Everyone discussed and came to a conclusion. At the same time, it also raised more questions. Just as everyone was puzzled, Tantai Ruchuan from the Divine General Xianzhan's mansion suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Everyone is from the forces of the Divine Kingdom. This time, I will give you a chance to make a name for yourselves." Tantai Ruchuan's words instantly silenced the crowd. No one said anything. They only wanted to hear what he was going to say next. Du Xiaofu, Yu Qingliang, and the others did not say anything. They also wanted to know why the people from the 7 Divine Generals' manors had lured everyone here. Tantai Ruchuan paused for a moment and continued to speak loudly. "The 7 Divine Generals' manors have joined forces not only to capture the princes and princesses, but also to control the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. If any of you are willing to follow us, when we flatten the Divine Kingdom, you will be rewarded." Once these words were spoken, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. What? Did I hear wrongly? The 7 Divine Generals' manors joined forces to deal with the princes and princesses for the sake of dealing with the imperial family. This is too hard to believe. Are they crazy? The imperial family, that's the imperial family. Where did these people get the guts to challenge the imperial family? So what if it's the 7 Divine Generals' manors? How can they compete with a colossus like the imperial family? They are really crazy. If the Divine Emperor is angry, the 7 Divine Generals' manors will be wiped out. Rebellion! This is treason! Countless people cried out, not daring to believe that what they had just heard was true. Everyone knew what the imperial family meant. With the Divine Emperor's deterrence, the 7 Divine Generals' manors would not be able to do much. Where the hell did they get the guts to do such a crazy thing? But soon many people slowly calmed down and began to carefully consider the key points here. No, since they dared to do this, they must be very confident. That's right. The 7 Divine Generals are not fools. They will not destroy their own futures and throw away their lives. I just don't know what methods they have. Do they really dare to challenge the imperial family? Who has the strength to go against the Divine Emperor? Everyone began to speculate. One after another, they could not figure out the main point. Seeing this situation, Tantai Ruchuan only smiled and said, "The Divine Emperor has fallen. It's time to change the world." Hua! Tantai Ruchuan's words caused the entire place to become deathly silent. But soon, another huge uproar was set off. The scene immediately became even more chaotic. The Divine Emperor has fallen? How can this be? As the strongest existence in the Divine Kingdom, how can the Divine Emperor fall? If this news is true, then the imperial family is really in danger this time. I think this news is not fake. So it's like this. The Divine Emperor has fallen. No wonder. No wonder the 7 divine generals' manners dared to challenge the imperial family. Thousands of people were shocked. They were deeply shocked by this news. They finally understood where the 7 divine generals' manners' confidence came from. If the Divine Emperor had really fallen, then they really had the strength to fight against the imperial family. So, now is the time for you to make a choice. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you are willing to stand on the side of the 7 divine generals' manners, then we will naturally welcome you. But if you want to be a loyal and filial son, then I will fulfill your wish. Tantai Ruchuan said with a smile. But in the end, his words carried a thick, murderous intent. This murderous intent was not hidden at all. It permeated the void and drilled into everyone's primordial spirit, causing many God-seizing experts to be flustered. His eyes swept across the scene and observed everyone's expression. It was as if he would kill anyone who dared to shake their head. No one dared to speak. Very few people dared to look him in the eye. They all looked away and lowered their heads. This is forcing us to rebel. The people from the 7 divine generals' manners are too ruthless. Even if the Divine Emperor has fallen, the struggle between the imperial family and the 7 divine generals' manners is not something that we can get involved in. They are all monstrous existences. If we rashly get involved, then we might invite a fatal disaster. Everyone was calculating in their hearts, weighing the pros and cons and weighing the pros and cons. But they found that no one could get involved in this muddy water. Whether it was the imperial family or the 7 divine generals' manners, they were all extremely powerful existences. The only way was to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, staying out of it. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The 7 divine generals' manners have attracted everyone here for the purpose of making them make a choice. Whoever dares to go against them will die, even if they don't want to get involved. What they want is a group of obedient dogs, tying everyone to their chariot. Du Xiaofu's burning gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in everyone's expressions. Naturally, he could guess what they were thinking. At the same time, he could also understand that the 7 divine generals' manners had set up the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation and spread the news of the appearance of the Chaos Taoist artifact. Then, only God-seizing experts were allowed to enter this place. Their purpose was to settle everything here. If anyone dared to resist or wanted to watch the fire burn across the river, then they could all be killed in one fell swoop. Du Xiaofu was also a little worried. With the news of the fall of the Divine Emperor, although most people would hesitate, there would definitely be many who would be blinded by the great temptation and want to get involved. Chapter 2747. Just as Du Xiaofu was thinking about this, he heard someone in the crowd say softly, "We are just small sections. We don't dare to get involved in the affairs of the lords." This person spoke very softly, but his voice easily spread throughout the area. It was obvious that he was speaking to Tantai Ruchuan. Sure enough, Tantai Ruchuan's attitude immediately confirmed Du Xiaofu's guess. His gaze swept across the crowd like a hook and stared directly at the person who had just spoken. It was a mid-stage god-seizing expert. Then, Tantai Ruchuan's eyes hardened fiercely. His figure shot out, and in an instant, he rushed in front of the man and slammed his palm down. After a muffled sound, the god-seizing expert's body was smashed like a watermelon, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. This action caused the surrounding crowd to be greatly shocked. "Since you've come to this large formation space, then everything is not up to you," Tantai Ruchuan said coldly. His eyes slowly swept across the crowd. Everyone who met his gaze looked away in panic. He continued, "The Divine General's estate is not here to negotiate with you. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without mercy. I've already said that if any of you want to be a loyal and filial son, we will definitely fulfill your wish. His voice was cold and incomparably awe-inspiring, and it carried endless viciousness. The surrounding people of the Yuqing divine kingdom did not dare to open their mouths again. Although many people were extremely indignant, no one dared to say anything. The fate of that person just now was the best deterrent. It was also at this moment that He Jibai stepped out in a timely manner. He looked straight at Tantai Ruchuan, who was standing proudly, and said, "Tantai Ruchuan, not only do the 7 divine generals' estate want to rebel and offend the imperial majesty, but you also want to become enemies with all the forces of the divine kingdom?" With He Jibai taking the lead in saying such a sentence, the thousands of people let out a long breath. This was exactly what they wanted to say but did not dare to say. So what if we become enemies with the entire Yuqing divine kingdom? The only outcome for those who dare to rebel against us is death. Tantai Ruchuan's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke in a loud voice. He was incomparably overbearing. "Since you've said so much, let's fight!" At this time, Du Xiaofu came out with his purple robe fluttering in the wind. It was meaningless to continue talking. Today, only a battle could determine the final victor. "Humph, we have 3 true severing experts and the help of the divine desolate heaven Lacare. You alone dare to fight us? I don't know where your courage comes from." This time, before Tantai Ruchuan could say anything, the bare-chested brawny man, Helian Shang, coldly snorted and said, "Brat, this brat's methods are very strange. Let's join hands and take him down as quickly as possible." Wen Yiming said cautiously as he stood beside Tantai Ruchuan and Helian Shang. He had fought with Du Xiaofu before, so he had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. He didn't dare to let his guard down. However, he also believed that if the 3 of them joined forces, it would be extremely difficult for the other party to truly contend against them. "I'll give you a chance. Release the person behind you." Du Xiaofu wasn't in a hurry to make a move, and he spoke like this instead. Subsequently, a light flashed beside him, and a woman's figure appeared and was captured in his hand. This woman was extremely beautiful. Her elegant face and watery eyes were suffused with a few wisps of peach blossom, and she was peerlessly charming. She was precisely Tanai Rue, who was captured by Du Xiaofu and then trapped in the desolate ancient space. "Big sister!" After seeing Tantai Rue, Tantai Ruchuan couldn't help but be shocked and cry out involuntarily. "You want to use one person to exchange for the 5 people behind us? Brat, your wishful thinking is quite good." Helian Shang's voice was droning, but it couldn't conceal the killing intent within it. "Du Xiaofu, if you know what's good for you, then immediately release Miss Tantai. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." Wen Yiming spoke coldly and glanced at Tantai Ruchuan, as if he was afraid that Tantai Ruchuan would do something unwise. They never imagined that Tantai Rue would actually fall into Du Xiaofu's hands. This caused them to be slightly restrained when they made a move. "Absolutely. You can go and pick her up yourselves." Du Xiaofu was quite straightforward. He directly threw Tantai Rue fiercely and swiftly swept up into the sky. "Big sister!" Tantai Ruchuan didn't even think about it. His figure rose into the sky and directly rushed towards the figure in the sky, catching Tantai Rue in his hands. At the same time, the moment Du Xiaofu threw Tantai Rue, he disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. "Be careful!" Wen Yiming suddenly became alert, and realized that something was wrong. He immediately turned around, but it was already too late. Under the mysteriousness of the first style Fuyao, Du Xiaofu arrived at the side of the 3rd prince, 4th prince, 5th prince, and the others in an instant. A tyrannical force swept out and enveloped these people. Just as when Yiming's attack was about to reach him, his figure disappeared from his original position. Following that, the 3 princes and a few others also disappeared at the same time. "Bastard!" Wen Yiming cursed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly watch as Du Xiaofu returned to the side of He Jibai and the others. After comprehending the law of space, one of the 4 great primordial laws, to a certain extent, Its mysteriousness was truly immeasurable. This kid's methods are really strange. Helian Shang didn't have time to do anything at all and could only mutter in a droning voice. Kid, you actually dared to hurt my big sister. I'll tear you into pieces. At this time, Tantai Ruchuan also returned with Tantai Rui. However, just as he probed the situation in his sister's body, his expression changed abruptly. His originally calm face was abnormally ferocious. At this time, Tantai Rui's spirit gate was shattered and her meridians were destroyed. She had already become a cripple, and her cultivation had turned into nothing. And all of this was what Du Xiaofu had intended to do just now. 3 imperial brothers, Brother Yoguang, Brother Izong. The little princess quickly ran to Du Xiaofu's side and shouted at the few people he had saved. Among these 5 people, other than the 3 princes of the imperial family, there were 2 others, Hui Yoguang of the Martial Emperor Divine General's estate and Duan Yizong of the Cloud Spirit General's estate. Their bodies were wrapped in layers of multicolored light, which resonated with some mysterious force in the surrounding space, firmly binding their cultivations. However, under the full power of Du Xiaofu, a true severing stage expert, this kind of restriction was completely undone in a short period of time. 2 of them are in the true severing stage, and the other 3 are in the perfection of the God-seizing stage. After probing the cultivation of these 5 people, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be moved. Among them, the 3rd Prince Yuqingxi was dressed in golden battle armor, dazzling, and the truth-severing stage aura was faintly discernible, deep and vast. In addition, Duan Yizong of the Cloud Spirit General's estate was broad-headed, domineering and awe-inspiring, and was also in the early stages of the truth-severing stage. Other than these 2 people, the 4th Prince, the 5th Prince, and Hui Yoguang were all in the perfection of the God-seizing stage, and were only a step away from the truth-severing stage, and were also extremely extraordinary. Most likely, if they had refined the primal chaos chi in time, they should have been able to break through long ago. This is bad! When Yiming cried out. Originally, if it was only Du Xiaofu who was in the truth-severing stage, the 3 of them working together, in addition to the power of the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, were enough to take him down. But now, with the addition of the 3rd Prince Yuqingxi and Duan Yizong, the situation became serious again. Brat, I want you dead! Tantai Ruchuan shouted, his voice and expression stern, carrying a large amount of ferocious lightning light, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. His sister's cultivation was crippled, and this made Tantai Ruchuan furious. You've already said the same words many times. I really don't know where you get so much nonsense from. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Du Xiaofu shook the purple robe on his body, and without dodging or evading, he directly faced the attack. The great battle between the truth-severing stage experts instantly began, and it was incomparably terrifying. Helian Shang, Wen Yiming, Tantai Ruchuan, you 7 great divine generals have no respect for the imperial sect, and your crimes are punishable by death. Watching Du Xiaofu and Tantai Ruchuan fight together, the 3rd Prince Yuqingxi suddenly spoke domineeringly, his voice shaking the sky. After a brief transmission between the 6th Prince and the little princess, he knew of Du Xiaofu's identity, and the relationship between the few of them now, which made the 3rd Prince and the others feel much more confident. As he spoke, a long spear suddenly appeared in Yuqingxi's hand. The body of the spear coiled like a dragon, as if it was alive, emitting a fierce and domineering aura, causing one's heart to palpitate. He took a step forward, his battle armor humming, his long spear whimpering, and thousands of golden rays piercing the sky. If I can catch you once, then I can catch you a second time, the bare-chested brawny Helian Shang said in a deep voice. He had already recovered from his previous shock and said this. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A stream of light rushed out from Helian Shang's hand and flew into the air, releasing a strange power that intertwined with the surrounding space. It was a compass, and it was extremely similar to the one Du Xiaofu took from Wen Yiming, but there were differences. On this compass, strange patterns that were invisible to the naked eye spread out, extending into the void, and connected with the multicolored rays of light. In a split second, a terrifying power fluctuated, and a strange pressure descended, suppressing everyone's primordial spirit. It was incomparably terrifying. The surrounding experts of the seizing divinity stage all felt the pressure increase under this huge pressure, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. As for those with weaker cultivations, they directly collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. Mysterious lock compass, quickly put it away. Seeing Hellion Shan use the compass to control the divine wilderness heaven lock formation to fight the enemy, Wen Yiming immediately broke out in a cold sweat and immediately shouted. Previously, he lost the mysterious lock compass, and it was because of this action that Du Xiaofu took advantage of the loophole and took it away. If Hellion Shang was not careful, he would probably follow in his footsteps. At that time, he would lose the help of the divine wilderness heaven lock formation, and the opponent also had 3 severing divinity stage experts, and among them was Du Xiaofu, this abnormal person. His side would really be in a desperate situation. This made Wen Yiming turn pale with fright. However, his warning was useless, because when the mysterious lock compass rushed into the sky, Du Xiaofu had already moved. He carried the 9 divine thunder cauldrons and forced Tantai Ruchuan to retreat. Under the terrifying power of the 9 cauldrons, Tantai Ruchuan was instantly injured, and blood flew out from his mouth. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the location of the compass. He used the same trick again, and a huge light palm waved out, seizing the mysterious lock compass in his hand. Similarly, under Hellion Shang's control, the compass shook violently, and it wanted to break free from Du Xiaofu's control. At the same time, a ferocious attack came, and it blasted towards Du Xiaofu. The space trembled nonstop, and rays of colorful flowing light danced, as if they had turned into peerless sharp swords, and they attacked quickly and violently. "Stop him quickly!" Wen Yiming shouted, and he moved first, charging towards Du Xiaofu. Hellion Shang and Tantai Ruchuan were not willing to fall behind, and their figures rose into the air, wanting to stop Du Xiaofu. However, this time, they were not able to make a move in time, because at the same time they moved, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong also moved. These 2 people used their full strength, and blocked the 3 people for a moment, so that they were unable to affect Du Xiaofu in any way. In this way, in just a few breaths' time, Du Xiaofu successfully grasped the mysterious lock compass in his hands. "It's so easy to get it!" The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he was extremely happy. Although with the compass in his hands, he was unable to control the divine barren heaven lock formation, but at the very least, it could greatly weaken the strength of the 7 divine generals' manners, and it would be much easier to deal with them. Du Xiaofu played with the compass in his hands, and then he threw it into the ancient desolate space. After feeling that the power of the compass was completely cut off from him, Hellion Shang's face was so black that it was about to drip water. His lips trembled, and the anger in his heart soared to the 9 heavens. Careless! He was too careless. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention taking the mysterious lock compass, it would not be easy to even get close to it. He only needed to move his mind, and he could mobilize the enormous power here, and crush it into ashes. But who knew that this brat in front of him, with the help of the spatial laws, would approach the compass before he could even react? In addition, with Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong holding them back, he, Tantai Ruchuan, and Wen Yiming were unable to stop them at all. They could only watch as the key to controlling the great formation fell into the hands of others. At this moment, Hellion Shang regretted his past actions. He regretted that he did not listen to Wen Yiming's words, and did not pay too much attention to the purple-robed youth. He only treated him as an ordinary truth-severing stage cultivator like himself. After losing the divine barren heaven lock formation, this huge reliance, what capital do you have to continue fighting? Du Xiaofu sneered, and looked at the 3 truth-severing stage cultivators playfully. Du Xiaofu, we will definitely not let you leave here alive! Hellion Shang's anger burst forth, shaking the void until it distorted. What time is it now? You still dare to talk nonsense here? Yu Qingliang snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, and said to the thousands of God-seizing stage cultivators, Everyone, the 7 divine generals' manners are conspiring to overthrow the royal family. Their ambitions are unforgivable, and their entire families will be executed. If there are any who follow the royal family to conquer the rebels, this prince guarantees that if there are any contributions, the royal family will confer rewards in the future. Yu Qingliang's voice was loud and clear, and it reverberated through this space, entering the ears of everyone. However, after such words were spoken, no one in the crowd was moved. It was also for the same reason that they could not get involved in the struggle between the Yuqing Divine Kingdom's royal family and the 7 divine generals' manners. If they rashly made a choice and chose the wrong side in the end, it would only lead to a fatal disaster. It was safer to stay out of this and protect themselves. Seeing this situation, Du Xiaofu's lips curled up again, and he transmitted a message to Yu Qingliang. Originally, Yu Qingliang was still frowning, but after hearing Du Xiaofu's words, he could not help but relax his brows. He turned his gaze to Helian Shang and the others again, and said, "People of the 7 divine generals' manners, no matter how much you have calculated, you have still miscalculated one thing. My father is still alive, and even if you join hands, you will not be able to take away the authority of the royal family. The great Yuqing Divine Kingdom is not something that you rascals can touch." "What?" Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, especially the people of the 7 divine generals' manners. It was as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in their ears. Countless people of the various forces in the divine kingdom were also shocked by this news, and they could not help but discuss it. "The divine emperor is not dead? Is this true? If the divine emperor is not dead, how dare the 7 divine generals' manners? Yes, how dare they steal the authority of the royal family? This is tantamount to courting death." Everyone was shocked, but at the same time, they were somewhat confused. Tantai Ruchuan said that the divine emperor was dead, which was why the 7 divine generals' manners plotted against him. They would not do something that they were not confident in. But now, the 6th prince said that the divine emperor was still alive, and this could not help but let people's imagination run wild. However, most people were not willing to believe him, and only felt that Yu Qingliang was trying to confuse the enemy, and at the same time, make the people of the various forces fight for the royal family. "Ha! Yu Qingliang, do you think that we will believe you just because of your words? The divine emperor's soul flame has been extinguished, and this news was covered up very tightly. I'm afraid that even you did not know about it." When Yiming laughed loudly and looked at Yu Qingliang mockingly. The few divine generals' manners dared to lay their hands on the royal family only after they received the exact news. Otherwise, even if each of them had the courage, they would not dare to raise their swords against the royal family's disciples. If the divine emperor was angry, all of their heads would not be enough to kill him. Therefore, when he heard Yu Qingliang say such words, when Yiming naturally did not believe it. "Yu Qingliang, do you think everyone is a fool?" Tantai Ruchuan and Helian Shang also did not believe it. This time, they were not the only ones who took action. In the outside world, the 7 divine generals' manners, led by the 7 divine generals, were also brewing a drastic change. Heaven's evil can be defied, but self-inflicted evil is the hardest to bear. Suddenly Yu Qingliang sighed and said, "Do you think that my father did not see through the intentions of the 7 divine generals' manners? Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you that the reason why my father faked his death was to ferret out all of you, and to eliminate all the malignant tumors of the divine kingdom in one go, to prevent future troubles. You have exhausted all your schemes, but I'm afraid you did not expect this." The 6th prince's voice was cold, and he looked at the people of the 7 divine generals' manners as if he was looking at a pile of dead people. There was even a strong sense of pity in his eyes. Chapter 2748. "No! That's impossible!" Tantai Ruchuan's legs went soft, and he almost fell from the sky. He looked at Yu Qingliang in shock, his eyes as wide as copper bells. He could not believe what Yu Qingliang had said. "Is that really the case?" Helian Shang and Wen Yiming also felt that their throats were blocked, as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. If what Yu Qingliang said was true and the Divine Emperor was not dead, and everything was within his calculations, then everyone from the 7 divine generals' residences would die without a burial place. Humph, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Yu Qingliang snorted and said word by word. Let me ask you, which one of you saw my father fall with your own eyes? Was it yourselves, or the 7 divine generals behind you? His gaze swept across the people from the 7 divine generals' residences one by one, emitting a dazzling light and threatening aura. Seeing such a gaze, Tanhai Ruchuan, Helian Shang, and Wen Yiming's faces turned ashen. They could not answer this question at all. In fact, with the status of everyone present, they also did not know where this information came from. They only knew that their elders had bestowed upon them this divine wilderness heavenlock formation in 2 compasses, and ordered them to do their best to capture the princes and princesses in the origin space. If it was difficult, then they would kill them all. When Yiming and the other 2 could guess that there must be an even stronger existence behind the 7 divine generals' residences, but they did not know the specific identity. But at this time, if everything was under the Divine Emperor's control, could they still count on those big shots behind him? No one could say for sure. Therefore, at this moment, they could not help but feel endless despair in their hearts. The Divine Emperor is not dead? Which one is the truth? Looking at the 6th prince's expression, it seems like this matter is true. If the Divine Emperor is still alive, then the 7 divine generals' residences are doomed. Around them, the thousands of God-seizing experts were also discussing. At this time, although they could not be sure who was telling the truth, compared to the attitudes of the 2 parties, they still believed the 6th prince more. Helian Shang, Wen Yiming, Tanhai Ruchuan, prepare to pay the price. The 3rd prince Yu Qingxi sternly shouted. He raised his spear and pierced through the sky, directly attacking Tanhai Ruchuan. In secret, Du Xiaofu and Yu Qingliang had already communicated with him, so when he heard Yu Qingliang's words, he appeared extremely calm, as if everything was under his control. The likes of you can't kill us. When Yiming furrowed his brows and shouted loudly. Cut the crap. Kill! Duan Yizong's figure shot forward, his entire body exuding a boundless aura, directly attacking him. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu and Helian Shang moved as well. A dazzling golden light shot out from Helian Shang's body. It carried with it a sharp aura, as if it could pierce through all existences. The golden light pierced countless holes in the void, and he stood in the center like a god. Without the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, you are not even a fart, Du Xiaofu said softly, waving out a terrifying thunder and lightning that swept towards Helian Shang. At the same time, with a flip of his palm, the 9 divine lightning cauldrons moved in response, carrying with them the power to suppress heaven and earth as they crashed towards Helian Shang. In an instant, the most terrifying battle erupted in this strange space. Many seizing divinity realm experts all retreated. This was the battlefield of true severing realm cultivators, and no one dared to stay in the center. Otherwise, what awaited them was to be smashed to pieces by the extremely terrifying aftershocks. The 3rd Prince Yu Qingxi fought against Tanhai Ruchuan, and the Divine General Yunling Estates Duan Yizong fought against Wen Yiming. These 4 people had all broken through to true severing realm not long ago, and all of them had grasped the complete law of matter. Their cultivations could be said to be equally matched, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine who would win. The void was exploding, and this colorful space shook violently, as if doomsday had arrived. Rays of resplendent light shot out, and terrifying attacks swept out. The sky trembled, and the earth cracked. As for the seizing divinity realm experts of the 7 great divine generals' estate, they were unable to participate at all. They could only hide in the distance and watch in shock as the true severing realm experts destroyed the heavens and earth. Void 8 trigrams, rise for me! In the fierce battle with Helian Shang, Du Xiaofu let out an explosive roar. His hands formed seals and flipped rapidly, and his 10 fingers drew a strange trajectory. A huge 8 trigrams diagram formed above his head, and accompanying it was a terrifying pressure that covered the sky and earth that descended, causing Helian Shang's gaze to tremble. Boom boom boom, chi chi chi, huff huff huff, under the 8 trigrams diagram, all living things were born, ever-changing. There, heavenly thunder resounded, earth fire rose, mountains moved, rivers roared, strong winds howled. The vast domineering domain unfolded, reflecting everything in one place, causing the space around Du Xiaofu to become his unique domain. Not long after, Helian Shang, who was caught off guard, was enveloped by Du Xiaofu's space domain. His robust body struggled within, letting out a roar that shook the void, but he was unable to escape. The last time Du Xiaofu and Wen Yiming were fighting, the other party had used the divine desolate heaven lock formation to forcefully break through Du Xiaofu's domain and escape. But this time, the mysterious lock compass on Helian Shang's body had been forcefully taken away by Du Xiaofu, and was no longer able to activate the power of the formation. As a result, in just a dozen breaths of time, the most outstanding successor of Divine General Yin He's estate was captured by Du Xiaofu. After a few restrictions landed on his body, Helian Shang was thrown into the desolate ancient space. Not good! Helian has been captured! When Yiming and Tanhai Ruchuan, who were fighting fiercely, were greatly shocked. Since Du Xiaofu could enter the origin space, then he must have only been at the seizing deity realm before. Like them, breaking through to the severing truth realm was definitely something that happened recently. But what frightened them was that this purple-robed youth's strength was actually able to directly crush Helian Shang. It had to be said that the space domain, one of the 4 great primordial laws, was really too mysterious. It was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Retreat quickly. With that kid here, the origin space plan has already been declared a failure. When Yiming already had some understanding of Du Xiaofu. At this time, seeing Helian Shang defeated so quickly made him feel despair. He did not even think about it. He directly broke away from Duan Yizong's entanglement, and quickly fled into the distance. When Yiming did not want to stay a moment longer. If Du Xiaofu attacked again, it was very likely that his life would be lost here. Retreat! Tanhai Ruchuan was also very decisive. He immediately pulled away from Yu Qingxi and rushed into the crowd of people on his side. He picked up Tantai Ruwei and then followed Wen Yiming. Young Master Tantai and Young Master Wen have both run away. Let's escape quickly! Among the people of the 7 great divine generals' estates, someone exclaimed. Without waiting for these words to fall, everyone had already fled in all directions, scattering like birds and beasts. The situation was already clear. If they continued to fight, the result could already be foreseen. Without absolute certainty of victory, no one wanted to die in vain. Kill! Don't let any one of the 7 great divine generals' estates go! Yu Qingliang roared and suddenly charged toward the seizing deity realm powerhouses. At the same time, He Jibai and Yu Qingyu moved at the same time. The 4th Prince Yu Qinggu, the 5th Prince Yu Qingqi, and Hu Yoguang of the Martial Emperor Divine General's estate did not delay and began to chase after the seizing deity realm powerhouses. When Yiming, Tanai Ruchuan, you can't escape! Kill! Leave your lives! Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong's killing intent soared, and they began to chase after Wen Yiming and Tanhai Ruchuan. However, with their speed, they could only keep up with the 2 of them. They could not really catch up with them. However, with the existence of Du Xiaofu, Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were blocked again and again, and their speed of escape was greatly reduced. In this way, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong caught up with them in a short time, and powerful attacks landed on them one after another. You want to take our lives? Don't even think about it! Wen Yiming's face was ferocious, and his eyes shot out a fierce look. He hated Du Xiaofu to the core. If it were not for the existence of this guy, it would not have taken them much effort to get rid of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong. This was not the point. The point was that today's situation was caused by this bastard Du Xiaofu. If it wasn't for him killing Dai Xuanjun, Wang Qishuan, and Zhong Su, if it wasn't for him capturing Tanai Ruwei, if it wasn't for him seizing the 2 feng shui compasses, Xian Tian and Xian Suo, everything would have been within their plans, and how could it have developed to such a state? If this little bastard had not interfered, they would have been preparing to celebrate. Surrender! You won't be able to escape! Du Xiaofu shouted coldly, and the first form of Fuyao was executed repeatedly, constantly intercepting the two of them who were escaping. However, it was a pity that both of them were prepared. Every time he disappeared from the void, they would prepare the strongest defense and increase their speed to the maximum. Moreover, before his domineering domain enveloped them, they had already retreated far away, and did not want to fight head-on. In this way, it was not easy for Du Xiaofu to really intercept them. Therefore, even though Du Xiaofu's side was 3 against 2, they were not able to grasp the absolute upper hand. They could only allow Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming to quickly escape, getting further and further away. Under such circumstances, the 5 of them, 2 in the front and 3 in the back, quickly flashed an endless distance. Early on, when Du Xiaofu, Yu Qingxi, and Duan Yizong were chasing after Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming, countless experts had gathered in the huge canyon within the range of the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation. Most of them were at the Void Return realm, and were unable to go deep. In the depths of the canyon, figures floated above the water surface. Since these people were able to come here, most of them were at the God-seizing realm. After Du Xiaofu revealed that there was a great formation hidden here, many people chose to go deeper, diving into the water to explore, wanting to find the real mastermind behind the scenes. However, there were still many experts who stayed behind. They did not want to take the risk and only wanted to stay here and wait for the final result. These figures floated in the air, each of them with their auras restrained, accumulating endless power, ready to deal with any unforeseen events that might occur at any time. Among them, there were 2 unprepossessing young men standing there. Ever since they came here, they had not said a word, only quietly standing in the void. No one cared about their existence. These 2 people seemed to be aloof from the world. However, while countless people were nervously watching the surroundings for any possible movements, they were conversing in a voice that could only be heard by each other. Senior Brother Zhao, don't you think the elders in the sect are overthinking things? With the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation here, even if those people are a group of idiots, there shouldn't be any big trouble. Among the 2, a young man dressed in gray said indifferently. Junior Brother Wei Rong, you must not be careless. This time, we must succeed. Failure is not allowed. Therefore, the sect sent the 2 of us here to prevent any accidents from happening. The other black-clothed young man hugged the fatty and said softly, appearing rather cautious. It's because of this mission that we lost the chance to take the sect's assessment. The space in the sacred grounds hands is much better than the Yuqing divine kingdoms. It contains countless opportunities. The gray-clothed man said unhappily, as if he was very upset about coming to the origin space. As long as we succeed in this mission, the benefits we obtain will not be any less than the assessment. Now that we have come to this step, the 3 princes and the people from the other 2 divine generals' residences have already entered the divine wilderness Heavenlock formation. The matter here should be over soon. If that's the case, we can let people open the origin space from the outside and leave this place. The black-clothed man's lips curled into a smile as he said unhurriedly. Let's end this quickly. I can't wait to get out. If we can make it in time, we still have a chance to enter the sacred grounds space. The gray-clothed young man mumbled, his eyes filled with urgency. Actually, there are quite a few good things in this origin space. When the black-clothed man saw this, he smiled faintly and said, After we take down the Yuqing divine kingdom in the future, we still have to come here to search. Perhaps we can obtain some unexpected benefits. After we take down the Yuqing divine kingdom, everything here will belong to the Jew spirit's sacred ground. The gray-clothed young man also smiled. The origin space could not be compared to the sacred ground space, but it was indeed extraordinary. After the 2 of them succeeded in this mission, it was inevitable that they would want to enter this space to search for opportunities. Just as the 2 of them were talking, the black-clothed man suddenly made a sound of acknowledgement, and frowned naturally. Then, he quickly took out an item from his cosmos bag and placed it in his hand. It was a compass. Something's not right. Almost at the same time, the gray-clothed man also realized that something was wrong. A similar compass appeared in his hand. At this moment, the two compasses in their hands were constantly vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. It was as if they were being suppressed by some strange force, causing them to tremble non-stop. "Oh no! Something must have happened!" The two of them looked at each other and spoke at the same time. "Bastard! You can't even handle such a small matter. How dare you call yourself one of the 7 divine generals' residences a bunch of good-for-nothings?" The gray-clothed man suddenly cursed loudly with extreme anger. "Let's go and take a look." The black-clothed man and the gray-clothed young man shot forward and suddenly plunged into the water below, disappearing without a trace. The two of them suddenly plunged into the water, causing many people to be shocked. However, no one said anything about it. They just watched quietly as the two of them disappeared without a trace. In the large formation space, Du Xiaofu, Yu Qingxi, and Duan Yizong followed closely behind Wen Yiming and Tanhai Ruchuan, constantly attacking them. In the midst of such a battle, Du Xiaofu separated a wisp of his primordial spirit and entered the ancient barren space. "It would be great if I could refine these two compasses. Then I could borrow the power of this large formation to capture the two of them together." In the ancient barren space, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit transformed into his original body. His body frowned as he thought to himself. 2 compasses floated in front of him. Their shapes were similar, but they had their own differences. He had already tested them. These 2 compasses contained extremely powerful primordial spirit energy, forming an incomparably domineering imprint that had a faint connection with the divine barren heaven-lock formation. However, Du Xiaofu was unable to erase this primordial spirit imprint. Otherwise, the divine barren heaven-lock formation would be under his control. This was a huge temptation. "Looks like I can only slowly think of a way." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the ancient barren space. In the distance, Elder Kong's skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was emitting an unfathomable aura as he was slowly but continuously recovering. On the other side, a figure wrapped in endless light was lying on the ground. As usual, there was no movement. This person's identity was very likely to be the dean of Tianwu Academy. Not far from Du Xiaofu, an extremely beautiful woman was recuperating. She was He Jixing. Her injuries were extremely serious. The injuries left behind by using the Netherworld Fire-Withering Soul Curse were not something that could be healed in a short period of time. "I'll try my best and see if I can erase this imprint." Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment before making such a decision. After that, his original body in the outside world transmitted a few words to Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong before entering the ancient barren space with a flash. The wisp of primordial spirit that had entered the ancient barren space previously entered his original body and fused into one. Just as all of this was completed, a golden light suddenly burst out from Du Xiaofu's forehead. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, the primordial spirit of the Crimson Horse Monkey stepped out from the air and occupied the space above his head. "Refine!" Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand and beckoned, bringing the profound heaven compass before him. Next, his primordial spirit that was enveloped in golden light descended from the sky. Endless light enveloped the compass and bound it within. Waves of powerful energy surged and endlessly entered the compass, colliding fiercely with the powerful primordial spirit energy within the compass. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At the same time, the other profound lock compass trembled and emitted a loud trembling sound. As if it had sensed a fierce danger, it struck towards Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Chapter 2749. The mysterious lock compass struck out horizontally. With a huge impact, it caused the ancient space to ripple as it charged towards Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey origin soul. However, this kind of power was unable to affect Du Xiaofu too much. There is a secret connection between these 2 compasses. If I touch one, the other one will also sense it. Du Xiaofu's heart was heavy as he carefully felt the connection between the 2 compasses. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out a ball of lightning, restricting the mysterious lock compass within it so that it could not approach his primordial spirit. However, the mysterious lock compass that flew out instead started to spin, and it ceaselessly revolved around the crimson horse monkey's primordial spirit that was steaming with golden light. Waves of whimpering sounds came from it as if it was alive. If there are more than 2 compasses, then when I try to refine them, will the other compasses also sense it? Just as Du Xiaofu was about to continue refining, he thought of such a possibility. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. If that was the case, then it could explain another problem. Perhaps there were still people hiding in the dark in the origin space who had not shown themselves. At the same time, everything he was doing now should have aroused the other party's vigilance. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu unconsciously sent a trace of power out of the ancient desolate space to observe the movements outside. At this time, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong were still closely chasing after Wen Yiming and Tan Hai Ruchuan. However, after Du Xiaofu suddenly left, the 2 of them suddenly heaved a long sigh of relief. However, they did not dare to stop as they were afraid that the purple-robed youth would come back and join forces with the 3rd prince and Duan Yizong. That would be an extremely terrible thing for them. If there were only these 2 people chasing after them, they had a high chance of successfully escaping. Let's try to refine this compass first. Du Xiaofu withdrew his perception. His gaze was heavy as he quietly looked at the mysterious heaven compass in front of him. He had already made preparations. He had let Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong leave behind a trace of their primordial spirit power in his body. If anything happened outside, they could use the connection between their primordial spirits to inform him at any time. The reason why he let the 2 of them leave behind a trace of their primordial spirits was to prevent the 2 of them from escaping. Du Xiaofu did not think too much. He silently closed his eyes. Roar! Above his head, the gigantic scarlet horse primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit roar. When the trace of primordial spirit power entered, Du Xiaofu saw an extremely dazzling scene. Just like the deepest part of the divine wilderness heaven-lock array, it was filled with a myriad of colors. It was like ribbons were dancing in the air. It was extremely beautiful. And it was these ribbons of different colors that were filled with an extremely powerful killing aura. They were like wind blades that slashed over. In an instant they slashed at Du Xiaofu's trace of primordial spirit power. Roar! The scarlet horse primordial spirit outside let out another earth-shaking roar. Even more power poured in. Waves of golden light lingered, forming the image of the scarlet horse monkey once again. At the same time, even more ribbons swept over and slashed at Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. What a powerful primordial spirit power! Facing such a powerful killing move, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was moved. He could feel a terrifying aura from those ribbons. This was definitely not a power that an ordinary person's primordial spirit could possess. At the very least, to the current Du Xiaofu, it had not reached such a terrifying state. Could it be set up by an immortal realm expert? Du Xiaofu guessed. He deeply felt that this primordial spirit power was very likely set up by an immortal realm expert in the space of the profound heaven compass. And the greater possibility was that the entire profound wasteland heaven-lock array outside was something that belonged to that expert. Without any time to think, he saw ribbons flying in the air, carrying with them the howling of the wind as they attacked. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit power immediately set up layer after layer of lightning. The ribbons slashed at the lightning as if they were crushing dry weeds. They instantly slashed through all the lightning. If not for Du Xiaofu using the absolute hegemony domain at the same time, they would probably have slashed at his primordial spirit again. Too powerful! The lightning laws can't shake it at all. Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. Controlling the absolute hegemony domain, he froze the ribbons that were attacking him in midair. The terrifying pressure shook, but it could not crush them. This made Du Xiaofu's heart sink even more. God-binding grip! Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit shouted coldly. The redbone horse monkey stretched out his palm and clenched at those ribbons. Boom! A huge force burst forth, and the space instantly collapsed. Those ribbons that were approaching finally exploded. Burning the heavens, break for me! Du Xiaofu roared again. the fire laws were unleashed. A large area of fire surged and spread out in the void. It directly covered those ribbons and burned them fiercely. However, this method did not cause any damage to the colorful ribbons. Instead, it made the ribbons even more powerful. The laws of matter are ineffective? Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. Such a scene was inconceivable. He had used the lightning laws and fire laws to kill them, but they all ended in failure. It was as if under the attack of these two laws, those ribbons were not afraid at all. As for the laws of space, they could obstruct and even kill them. This made Du Xiaofu's eyebrows jump. He thought of such a possibility. It seemed that the laws of matter were ineffective against them. Where did you come from? How dare you enter this old man's space compass? Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling the pressure, a domineering voice rang out and spread throughout the space. Then, under his shocked gaze, the colorful ribbons that filled the sky changed and gathered in one place. Finally, they turned into an illusory figure. This was a hale and hearty old man. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were like the sun, blooming with golden light. He had an oppressive aura. On his body, there was an aura as deep and vast as the sea. It unconsciously surged out, as if it could suppress a part of the world. Primordial spirit body! It's the master of the divine wasteland heavenlock formation! Du Xiaofu instantly understood that the person who was able to lay down such a powerful primordial spirit power in the compass space was undoubtedly the master of the divine wasteland heavenlock formation. And from the might emitted from the other party's body, Du Xiaofu could determine that this was definitely a terrifying expert. It's actually the scarlet pheasant monkey's primordial spirit. Kid, who are you? Why did you barge into this old man's compass space? The old man looked at Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and walked towards him step by step. At the same time, his primordial spirit body emitted a tyrannical aura that swept towards Du Xiaofu. Although his words were a question, his pair of old but spirited eyes contained undisguised killing intent. Are you the owner of this compass? Being forced by that powerful aura, Du Xiaofu unconsciously took half a step back and asked the old man opposite him with a burning gaze. Kid, you still haven't answered this old man's question. The old man completely ignored Du Xiaofu's question and said to himself, This compass is the item that controls the divine wasteland heavenlock formation. It actually allowed you to barge into this space. In that case, the mysterious heavenly compass has fallen into your hands? He stepped forward, and colorful ribbons once again floated out from his body that was emitting light. They were like spears that pierced through the void, carrying a terrifying aura as they shot towards the chest of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. You are the person behind the 7 divine generals' estates? Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. In front of such an expert, he used his full strength and unleashed his absolute hegemony domain to the extreme. At the same time, he extended his palm again and again, and the grip of God binding shook the air again and again, shattering the taut ribbons. The opponent was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. Even with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, he could not help but feel a little flustered. According to his estimation, the old man should be an immortal realm expert. This was too terrifying. To this day, Du Xiaofu had never seen the terror of an immortal realm expert. This sudden encounter made him feel even more pressured. You even know about the 7 divine generals' estates. It seems like this old man's guess was right. The mysterious heavenly compass has really fallen into your hands, the old man said softly as he slowly approached Du Xiaofu. However, he was no longer in a hurry to attack. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the red-boned horse monkey's body that was emitting a golden light. He asked, I'm afraid that at this moment, those people have already been defeated by your hands, and the Origin Space's plan should not be going smoothly. As he spoke, the old man frowned and scolded. A bunch of good-for-nothings. This old man's divine wasteland heavenlock formation was handed over to them, and they actually did things like this. It seems like my guess was right. You are the person behind the 7 divine generals' estates. Du Xiaofu did not bat an eyelid as he lightly said, Brat, so what if you know this? Since you dare to have designs on this old man's compass, then leave your life here obediently. The old man snorted and said darkly, You are very extraordinary. With your spatial laws, you can indeed do whatever you want in the origin space. However, all of this is futile. As long as you die, our plan can still proceed as planned. Ha ha! Hearing these words, Du Xiaofu suddenly burst out laughing. He said, You're going to carry out your plan step by step? What a joke! Ha ha! Brat, what are you laughing at? Du Xiaofu's sudden laughter stunned the old man, and he could not help but ask. Old man, you still think that your plan is flawless, right? Du Xiaofu suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, Wanting to take advantage of the Yuqing Divine Emperor's fall to seize the power of the imperial family, your plan is indeed not bad. However, I'm afraid that you have all miscalculated one thing. The Yuqing Divine Emperor is not dead at all. All of your plans are only his plans within his plans. And, to put it bluntly, you have all been fooled. As he spoke, he looked at the old man mockingly, as if he was looking at an idiot. The old man did not care about the look in his eyes. However, he was shocked by his words and did not speak for a long time. Du Xiaofu was not afraid to tell him the truth. After all, outside the compass was his own ancient desolate space. Under his control, he did not need to worry that his words would be heard by the old man's real body in the outside world. Brat, is what you said true? The old man was shocked. He immediately took a step forward and asked in a hoarse voice, Do you think that I am joking with you? You all thought that your plan was flawless, but in reality, it was a mistake. The most important thing is that you have miscalculated. Otherwise, do you think that with the existence of the 7 divine generals' residences, who in the origin space could easily deal with them? Du Xiaofu laughed coldly and said word by word. The moment he saw the old man's expression, he made up his mind to scare him. After he said these half-truths, even the old man, who was in the immortal stage, would not be able to sit still. Stealing the power of the imperial family was an extremely important matter to him. After knowing that he might have been tricked by the Yuqing Divine Emperor, the old man would definitely lose some of his rationality. Du Xiaofu was not confident that he could defeat such an expert directly. Even if the old man only had a portion of his primordial spirit's power, he was still far from being a match for him. He could only use some tricks. Brat, I don't care if what you said is true or false. I will kill you first today. After a moment of shock, the old man slowly calmed down and said to Du Xiaofu viciously, With your primordial spirit's power, you dare to say that you can kill me? I really don't know where you get the courage to say this. Once I am out of the compass, what can you do to me? Du Xiaofu curled his lips and said disdainfully, Since he was going to put on a show, he had to do it to the end. Who didn't know how to boast? Du Xiaofu was even more familiar with this. He paused for a moment and continued, I'm afraid that your real body in the outside world is still plotting how to overthrow the imperial family. You must be very proud of it. Thinking about it, it's really laughable. You think that you can trick others, but you don't even know that you are being tricked. Du Xiaofu's mocking expression never stopped. He looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. What I do is not for a brat like you to tell me what to do. The old man jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He shouted loudly, Even if what you said is true, I must cut you into 108 pieces today. The old man flew into a rage. He was truly infuriated. Du Xiaofu's words and expression had successfully angered him. He secretly swore in his heart that no matter what happened outside, he would definitely kill this brat to vent some of the hatred in his heart. As he spoke, he made his move. The old primordial spirit's body shone brightly. The 5-colored light condensed and shot out. It entangled in the void and then turned into the shape of a huge dragon, biting toward Du Xiaofu's head. On the dragon's body, there were spots of dragon scales and cold light. Pieces of strong and muscular muscles bulged, showing a domineering power. The dragon's claws were like gold and iron, crushing the void. Even the domineering domain outside Du Xiaofu's body was instantly torn apart by such a blow, extending all the way to his front. So strong! Du Xiaofu's heart almost jumped out of his throat. His eyes were full of extreme shock. The power of the immortal realm was really strong. After the old man's primordial spirit condensed, he had such a terrifying power at the first attack. This made him dare not underestimate him at all. Void 8 trigrams! Rise for me! Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. The scarlet bone horse monkey's primordial spirit's hands intertwined and changed, condensing a strange hand seal. Immediately, he used his strongest technique. The Void 8 trigrams instantly entrenched itself, and strange scenes appeared in the void. The power of several laws intertwined. Thunder bombarded, raging flames surged, space solidified and collapsed. One method after another was used repeatedly. Finally, the long dragon was strangled into nothingness, leaving only small runes that were like mosquitoes dancing in the air. After the long dragon was strangled, the scarlet bone horse monkey's primordial spirit's throat also let out a muffled groan. The golden light outside his body dimmed a little. Under the attack of the huge power, he retreated continuously until he was extremely far away. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to be alert. He stared at the old man in front of him cautiously, in case he suddenly attacked again. This was only a strand of the old man's primordial spirit's power, and not his real body. Du Xiaofu could imagine that if he encountered a true immortal realm expert, with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to even escape. He would be directly suppressed and killed. Old dog, you can stay here slowly. I won't stay here with you any longer. Du Xiaofu suppressed the shock in his primordial spirit and said softly. Then, without a second thought, he rushed out of the space. Around his body, the 8 trigrams and various other phenomena in the void followed him and swiftly moved into the distance. Kid, don't leave. How dare you have any ideas about my mysterious heaven compass? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces today! When the old man saw this, he immediately shouted and quickly chased after Du Xiaofu, wanting to stop him. Old man, you're still a little weak if you want to kill your master Du. So long as I leave the mysterious heaven compass, what can you do to me? Du Xiaofu's enormous primordial spirit didn't even look back as he flashed out, and he shouted with extreme arrogance. Behind him, the old man was still chasing closely, and at the same time, he launched numerous extremely ferocious attacks. However, all of these attacks were minced into nothingness by Du Xiaofu's Void 8 trigrams. Little bastard, do you really think you can escape? You can leave the mysterious heaven compass, but do you think I can't? The old man's illusory primordial spirit roared loudly, but a wisp of hesitation flashed through his eyes, and he seemed to be making a decision. After that, he split out an extremely small portion of his primordial spirit's energy and left it in this space, and then he continued to pursue Du Xiaofu. Within the desolate dimension, Du Xiaofu's redbone horse monkey roared, and then he charged out of the mysterious heaven compass. He turned around and looked at the old man who followed closely behind him, and then he laughed strangely and muttered to himself, Old dog, I've finally tricked you out. Chapter 2750. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. The reason why he had provoked the old man was to lure him out of the compass space. As long as the old man's primordial spirit entered the barren ancient space, everything would be at his mercy. Little bastard, where are you going? The old man roared and rushed out of the compass space. His primordial spirit body carried an immeasurable amount of light. It was colorful and dazzling. Waves of vast aura floated from his body, causing the void of the barren ancient space to distort. This was definitely a terrifying expert. Even though it was just a small primordial spirit avatar, it exuded the tyrannical aura of the immortal realm. Old dog, you really dare to come out? Du Xiaofu sneered and looked at the illusory figure. Little bastard, do you think that I can't do anything to you after you leave the compass space? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape death, the old man said in a gloomy voice. With murderous intent, he pounced on Du Xiaofu. A terrifying long spear was formed in an instant. It was suffused with a five-colored brilliance. As if it could pierce through heaven and earth, it went straight for Du Xiaofu's chest. "Old man, how dare you be so arrogant in your grandpa Du's territory?" Du Xiaofu said coldly. With a thought, an invisible mysterious force spread out and spread to the surroundings. Then, the rules in the barren ancient space vibrated and the runes changed. It evolved into a powerful tearing force that acted on the long spear and instantly tore it into pieces. Du Xiaofu's figure stood in the same place without moving at all. He only looked at the old man with a mocking gaze. This scene made the old man turn pale with fright. "How is this possible?" The old man was extremely shocked. He was a little confused by the situation in front of him. Just now in the compass space, it was easy for him to trample on this kid. But now, when he attacked with all his strength, he was directly annihilated into nothingness. Moreover, this little bastard was still looking at him with a smile on his face. Such a scene was absolutely beyond his expectations. "Old dog, since you've chosen to come out, then I won't hold back. I'll destroy this clone of yours," Du Xiaofu said indifferently, once again triggering the mysterious power in the barren ancient space. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Mystical fluctuations rippled out and swept out in all directions. It was like a surging tide, a huge wave that reached the heavens. Loud rumbling sounds filled the air. Laws intertwined, space shifted, and mighty power surged. Terrifying energy surged out like a towering mountain, and it fiercely pressed down onto the old man's soul core. Pff! Under the pressure of this tremendous force, the old man's body burst apart. A terrifying crack exploded in his chest, and waves of energy spread out from it. "What is this place?" The old man was shocked again. His voice rose 180 degrees and he almost screamed. "Kid, you fucking tricked me." Previously, he was in a hurry to kill Du Xiaofu. Only now did he begin to size up his surroundings. The scene that entered his eyes caused his heart to sink. This was not the outside world, nor was it the divine desolate heaven-lock array. With the old man's strength, after a brief observation, he discovered the difference in this space. The formless power that was fluctuating in the void made him feel frightened and flustered. In the distance, a flaming skeleton sat cross-legged, its body rippling with power like the sea. On the other side, a figure wrapped in bright light lay horizontally, motionless. Nearby, there was a beautiful woman sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, adjusting her breathing. Everything here, in addition to the surging laws that filled every inch of the void, caused the old man to be instantly on guard. As if he had been enlightened, he understood that he had been tricked by that kid. The mysterious lock compass actually fell into your hands. Trash. Trash. The people from the 7 divine generals' estates are all trash. When the old man saw that there was another compass not far away, he instantly roared loudly. His eyes shot out endless viciousness, as if he wanted to kill someone. He had handed the divine desolate heaven lock array to the 7 divine generals' estates. Who would have thought that they would do such a thing? The 2 compasses had changed owners. This caused the old man to fly into a rage. However, he did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to escape. Otherwise, in this space, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being killed. The kid in front of him was too abnormal. Thinking of this, the old man did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately retreated and wanted to enter the compass behind him again. As long as he returned to the mysterious lock compass, no matter how strange this kid's methods were, he would definitely not be able to kill him. "Old dog, where are you going?" Du Xiaofu had a smile on his face as he pretended to be angry and shouted. Since he had tricked this old man out, there was no reason to let him go. Du Xiaofu wasn't an idiot. He was completely helpless against Qinshi within the space of the feng shui compass, and if he allowed Qinshi to hole up within it, then not to mention refining the dark heaven compass, he would probably suffer a storm of attacks as soon as he stepped foot into it. Du Xiaofu stood in place without moving. He only waved his arm lightly. Whoosh! Ripples suddenly appeared in the void of the ancient desolate space. With the old man as the center, they spread out in all directions. However, Just as the old man was about to enter the mysterious lock compass, the ripples suddenly contracted. Like ropes, they tied around his primordial spirit avatar, firmly binding it to the spot. Then, under the guidance of Du Xiaofu's thoughts, his body involuntarily flew in the direction of Du Xiaofu. "Little bastard, quickly let me go. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a graveless death!" The old man roared loudly and struggled violently. However, the numerous shapeless forces held tightly onto his body, causing him to be unable to struggle free of these shapeless shackles no matter what. At this moment, he finally started to panic, and his aged eyes that glowed brightly revealed a shocked and furious expression. "Old dog, I really wonder if there's something wrong with your head. Why don't you take a look at the situation before you and still dare to act arrogantly before me?" Du Xiaofu laughed coldly as he spoke, and he gazed with disdain at the old man who was struggling without end. After all, this was an avatar condensed from the primordial spirit of an eternal realm expert, and it was extremely formidable. Every single time it struggled, it emanated a terrifying force that caused even Du Xiaofu to feel slightly pressured. However, under the suppression of the ancient desolate space, all of the old man's stubborn resistance was futile. "Old dog, you're really stupid. I was able to trick you out so easily. Looks like refining these two compasses of yours isn't difficult at all." Du Xiaofu smiled like a blooming flower, and he was extremely happy. "Kid, don't even dream about it. Are my compasses something that you can refine?" The old man roared without end, yet he seemed to be putting on a brave front while cowardly at heart. Du Xiaofu's words caused his heart to jerk. This avatar of his had come from the Dark Heaven Compass, so that kid is entirely capable of utilizing the same method to trick the energy of the primordial spirit from the other Dark Lock Compass into this space. If that's the case, then these two compasses would really be lost completely. When he thought up to here, the old man suddenly shot out explosively while 5 colored rays of light shot out explosively from his primordial spirit, and it seemed as if a mysterious force was burning fiercely. Along with this, a wave of indescribable energy surged out from his entire body, and he shot explosively towards the nearby Dark Lock Compass. Shit! Such a situation was naturally unable to escape Du Xiaofu's perception because everything within this ancient desolate space was within his control. Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitched. He didn't even need to think to understand the old man's intentions. "What a cunning old dog! You actually want to use the connection between your primordial spirits to make the avatar in the Dark Lock Compass feel it, so that I can't obtain the Dark Lock Compass?" Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. How could he let the old man succeed so easily? He moved his mind again, and the mysterious force within the ancient desolate space roared through the air, directly shattering the old man's energy into nothingness. "Suppress!" When these words came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He directly mobilized the power of the ancient desolate space and ruthlessly suppressed the old man's primordial spirit. Little bastard, the Jew spirit Holy Land will definitely not let you off." The old man screamed incessantly, like a pig being slaughtered, and immense pain invaded his primordial spirit body. Under the pressure of such a ferocious force, a bang resounded in the end, and his soul core exploded into pieces and transformed into nothingness. "It's finally over." Du Xiaofu let out a long breath and used his sleeve to wipe off the thin strands of sweat on his forehead. However, the corners of his mouth curled up in a joyful smile. However, his eyebrows slowly creased again. Before the old man's primordial spirit died, the 4 words that the old man said struck a nerve. Jew spirit Holy Land? One of the 36 Holy Lands? Du Xiaofu pondered. He only knew of the existence of the 36 Holy Lands, but he didn't know the name of each of them. When he heard the old man mention the Jew spirit Holy Land, he became a little more alert. Could it be that the chaos in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom was orchestrated by one of the Holy Lands? The people from the 7 Divine Generals' residences were just a bunch of small fries, and they were only working for the Jew spirit Holy Land? If that was the case, then the situation was a little complicated. He Jibai had once told him that the supreme Changrong heaven had 36 sacred grounds and 72 divine kingdoms. Moreover, even the weakest sacred ground was more than 10 times stronger than the strongest divine kingdom. The Yuqing divine kingdom wasn't the strongest divine kingdom, but the Jew spirit Holy Land wasn't the weakest Holy Land either. Under such circumstances, the disparity between the two was simply too great. If it was really as Du Xiaofu guessed, and all of this was a scam set up by the Yuqing divine emperor, the ancient ancestor Bifeng, and the ancient emperor of the human race to lure the 7 divine generals' residences out of the water, then what confidence did they have to fight against such a huge Holy Land? No matter how strong the Yuqing divine kingdom was, no matter how strong the Yuqing divine emperor was, they couldn't possibly be that strong. Du Xiaofu pondered for a while, but he couldn't find the answer. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it, and turned his attention back to the Xian heaven compass. Refining the profound heaven compass should be a piece of cake now. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit of the red horse monkey came out from between his eyebrows and entered the Xian heaven compass. However, just as Du Xiaofu entered the Xian heaven compass, another figure quickly formed. It still looked like the old man, but it was much fainter than before. This was a strand of his primordial spirit's power. It was a strand of power that the old man left behind before he left the Xian heaven compass. When he saw Du Xiaofu enter the Xian heaven compass, the old man's expression changed drastically. "Little bastard, what did you do to my primordial spirit avatar?" As he was isolated by the ancient desolate space, he didn't know what was happening outside. However, the red horse monkey's primordial spirit appeared here unharmed. Even if he used his toes to think, the old man could guess what happened. "Of course I destroyed it." Du Xiaofu's expression was very calm. He didn't seem to care at all and only looked at the old man with disdain. "Little brat, you're courting death." After the old man received confirmation, he became even angrier. He immediately rolled up an endless amount of power. Rays of colorful light carried an overwhelming killing intent and attacked the red horse monkey's primordial spirit. He never thought that with his strength, his primordial spirit avatar would actually be destroyed by this little brat in the outside world. This made the old man's hair stand on end. A little brat actually dared to have ideas about him. That was fine, but he really let him destroy most of his forces. "You only have this little strength left. I'm afraid you don't even have 1% of your previous strength. Do you really think I'm an ant that you can casually slap to death?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old man mockingly and said in a loud voice. Facing the old man's attack, Du Xiaofu's red horse monkey primordial spirit used the domineering domain divine ability. In an instant, the domineering domain divine ability bound the streaks of colorful light that flew in the sky. Then, a huge force burst out and destroyed them all in an instant. "Destroy for me!" Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. His huge palm moved across the void and brazenly slapped down. The heavenly lightning and earthly fire resonated in the sky as if it was going to destroy the world. The space of the compass trembled and shook non-stop. A terrifying mighty force burst out and suppressed, instantly slapping the old man's head. This time, the old man who had lost most of his strength was not Du Xiaofu's match at all. If the old man's strength was 10 times that of Du Xiaofu's before, then now, he was 10 times weaker than Du Xiaofu. Under such circumstances, this wisp of primordial spirit avatar's power was smashed into ashes upon contact. It disappeared without a trace and drifted into nothingness. "It's quiet!" Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit strode in the space of the compass as his gaze swept the surroundings. In the surroundings there were still wisps of strange energy floating around. It was very pure. Du Xiaofu knew that this was something that the compass itself had. It was tightly connected to the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. As long as he refined this energy, he could truly control the compass and then the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit closed his eyes and began to refine it. Everything went very smoothly. Without the interference of the old man's primordial spirit avatar, Du Xiaofu did not spend too much time controlling this energy. He injected his primordial spirit avatar's power into it, and directly refined the profound heaven compass. This compass itself is also a pretty good treasure. It should be at least at the level of a high-grade divine artifact. Du Xiaofu smiled as he carefully sensed the uniqueness of the compass. Unfortunately, this compass was only used to control the divine wilderness heaven lock formation. It did not have any offensive or defensive power. However, he was satisfied. If he could obtain all the compasses, then wouldn't the divine wilderness heaven lock formation be his? Thinking of this, he unconsciously laughed even louder, like a hen that had just laid eggs. Du Xiaofu tried to use the profound heaven compass to sense the divine wilderness heaven lock formation, but it did not have any effect. After all the mystic energy spread out, it was all bound in the desolate ancient space. In fact, when he had just touched the profound heaven compass and caused the other compass to vibrate, he had already used the power of the desolate ancient space to isolate all connections with the outside world, so as to avoid alerting the other people who had the compasses. Therefore, when he tried, he did not sense the divine wilderness heaven lock formation. There is still one more profound heaven lock compass. I'll refine it too. Du Xiaofu was extremely excited. When he thought of being able to control the array outside after refining the compass, he could not help but feel excited. It had to be known that this was an imitation of an ancient array. Back then, it had enveloped the entire 33 heavens and killed countless demon race armies. Even if it was an imitation, its power was definitely extraordinary. As he was thinking happily, Du Xiaofu's scarlet demonic monkey primordial spirit had already exited the profound heaven compass and entered the other compass. It was still a familiar scene, but there were some slight differences. In the profound heaven lock compass, the old man's figure appeared again. With the experience of the first time, Du Xiaofu could be said to be very familiar this time. After a few tricks, he lured the old man's primordial spirit out of the compass space. Following that, he used the power of the desolate ancient space to forcefully suppress and kill it. However, this time, the old man's response was slightly different. When he knew that Du Xiaofu had already refined the profound heaven compass and that he could not escape, he chose to self-destruct. The self-destruction of the primordial spirit of an immortal realm expert was no joke, even if it was only a part of the primordial spirit's power. If it was in the outside world, 100 Du Xiaofu would not be enough to kill that terrifying power. Unfortunately, this was the desolate ancient space. All the laws and order were under Du Xiaofu's control. Under his full power, the old man's self-destruction was forcefully crushed. That terrifying fluctuation was forcefully extinguished, causing this primordial spirit clone to die in an extremely aggrieved manner. Du Xiaofu excitedly entered the profound heaven lock compass again and refined it. This old dog is really powerful. When the scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit returned to his body, Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh. That old man's strength was truly terrifying. An immortal realm expert was considered a top existence in the entire 33 heavens. Among the 9 great realms, the carrier realm and the phenomenal realm only existed in legends. It seemed that no one had ever seen them before. As for the meditative realm experts, due to some unknown reasons Du Xiaofu did not know, they would not appear in the world for many years. Therefore, it could be said that immortal realm experts were the most powerful existences that could be seen in the 33 heavens. Therefore, Du Xiaofu felt a bit of pressure. After all, he had really offended an immortal realm expert. More importantly, behind the old dog was one of the 36 holy lands, the Extreme Spirit Holy Land. Chapter 2751. There was no doubt about the strength of a holy land. Du Xiaofu even felt that the 36 holy lands should be similar to the 100 schools of thought in Xianming Yihing Tian. Some were strong, some were weak, but no matter how weak they should not be too weak. He did not know what kind of position that old man had in the Absolute Spirit Holy Land. However, he could guess that his identity should not be simple. Legalism, school of thought, and school of vertical and horizontal are already mortal enemies. If there are too many lies, they will not be afraid of an itch. If there is another absolute spirit holy land, it does not seem to be a big deal. Du Xiaofu suppressed the emotions in his heart, and did not think too much about it. Not much time had passed since he came to the 33 heavens from Shenwu world. To establish a foothold in this place where countless forces were entrenched, it was inevitable to make enemies. Du Xiaofu could not be worried about this. He finally glanced at the three people in the ancient desolate space and left, returning to the space of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation. Due to the acceleration of time in the desolate ancient space, it had only been less than 2 hours since he had entered the desolate ancient space. At this time, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong had temporarily lost track of Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. The two of them were anxious about this, but they did not have any good ideas. They could only search everywhere. The two young experts were in the true severing realm. If they wanted to leave, the third prince and Duan Yizong did not have the ability to stop them. They can't escape. Du Xiaofu withdrew the ancient desolate space from Yu Qingxi's body and pursed his lips as he spoke. As he spoke, the two compasses, Profound Lock and Profound Heaven, appeared in Du Xiaofu's hands. These two compasses have really been refined. Seeing Du Xiaofu take out the compasses, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong were very surprised. They knew that Du Xiaofu had entered the ancient desolate space to refine the compasses, and use them to control the divine desolate heaven-lock formation to deal with Wen Yiming and Tantai Rui. However, the two of them also knew that the origin of this great formation was definitely extraordinary. It was impossible for it to be refined so easily. Although they still had a glimmer of hope for Du Xiaofu, they hoped that he could successfully refine it. However, when Du Xiaofu took out the compass, the shock in their hearts was enormous. It was simply unbelievable. This is good. Since we can control the divine desolate heaven-lock array, then everything here will be controlled by us. No matter how strong the 7 divine generals' manners are, they are like salted fish on the chopping board. They can't turn the tables and can only be slaughtered by us. Immediately after, intense joy surged in the hearts of the Yu Qingxi duo. With the help of the divine desolate heaven-lock array, his side held the absolute initiative. The situation in the primal chaos space was finally under complete control. Brother Du, quickly check and see where they are now. The two of them couldn't wait any longer and urged Du Xiaofu to quickly investigate. Looking at Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong's expressions, Du Xiaofu only smiled and didn't say anything. With a thought through the compass, he finally established a connection with the divine desolate heaven-lock array. Through his continuous perception, a faintly discernible aura appeared in his mind, causing the smile on Du Xiaofu's lips to grow wider and wider. Among them, there were 2 people whose auras were the strongest. Other than Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan, who had escaped, there shouldn't be anyone else. There seemed to be 2 auras coming. Their strength is also at the true severing realm. However, very quickly Du Xiaofu discovered that the auras of the other 2 people were also extremely deep, like the abyss or the sea. They were incomparably powerful. The 2 of them were rapidly moving through the space of the divine desolate heaven-lock array, as if they were rushing towards Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. Have you discovered them? Yu Cheng asked as he looked at Du Xiaofu, his golden armor shining brightly. They're not far away. They can't escape. Let's go. Du Xiaofu rushed out and took the lead. Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong followed behind. The 3 of them quickly moved through the space of the divine desolate heaven-lock array. Not long after, 2 figures appeared in front of them. It was Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan. They've caught up again. Seeing the 3 of them appear, Tantai Ruchuan was immediately alarmed. As for Wen Yiming, his gaze trembled because Du Xiaofu had appeared once again. Quickly retreat, that Du Xiaofu has appeared again. Wen Yiming's expression was incomparably solemn as he said to Tantai Ruchuan. Previously, when the other party suddenly disappeared, they were overjoyed. After getting rid of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, they finally managed to escape completely. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Relying on their understanding of the formation, they hid in all directions, trying to find a good place to hide. But who knew that they would be caught up at this time? They were afraid that they would face endless pursuit next. The two of them didn't even think as they instantly moved forward. Tantai Ruchuan, Wen Yiming, surrender yourselves. Today you're dead. Yu Qingxi shouted as his figure rose into the air. The armor on his body shone with a dazzling golden light. His long spear pierced through the void and attacked Tantai Ruchuan. The conspiracy of the 7 divine generals' estates has been destroyed. There is no place for you in the Yuqing divine kingdom. What awaits you is only death. Duanizong also moved at the same time. His feet stepped in the air, causing the void to crack. Cracks spread out like a spider web. His aura was like a rainbow, like a war god from the divine realm. It was indescribably overbearing. How could Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan listen to the two of them? They only cared about running for their lives. If they didn't run, once they were bound by Du Xiaofu's space domain, it would be no different from sending themselves to their deaths. As long as the two of them didn't stop, the 3 people behind them wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Brother Du quickly used the array to kill them. In the pursuit, Yu Qingxi transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu. Since they could easily solve the problem here, they naturally didn't want to delay any longer. However, Du Xiaofu didn't care about that. Instead, he had already kept the 2 compasses. He didn't even see Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming. His primordial spirit was still spying out and observing the movements in the distance. There were 2 figures coming over and approaching quickly. The target of the 2 of them is extremely clear. It seems that they can sense the existence of Tantai Ruchuan, Wen Yiming, and the 3 of us. Du Xiaofu's eyes gradually narrowed as he kept thinking. Could it be that they are also from the 7 divine generals' estates, and even have other compasses? That's why they can sense the situation here. He deeply felt that his conjecture was very reasonable. It was the only explanation that made sense. If his conjecture was correct, then there would be a tough battle ahead. The people who were flying over were definitely not ordinary people. We're here. Just as Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, the void in the distance flickered. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived. In an instant, they arrived at the scene and blocked in front of Yu Qingxi and Duanizong. 2 good-for-nothings. The people from the 7 divine generals' estates can't even do such a small thing. They're being chased like stray dogs. One of them was dressed in black, while the other was dressed in gray. As soon as they arrived, they swept their fierce gazes towards Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming as they cursed loudly. However, although they were cursing, they attacked at the same time and blocked the fierce attacks of Yu Qingxi and Duanizong, allowing Wen Yiming to gain some breathing space. Who are you? How dare you obstruct the Yuqing imperial family from killing the traitors? Yu Qingxi stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. He was originally wondering why Du Xiaofu didn't directly attack and kill Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming. However, now he seemed to understand that these 2 people who had suddenly arrived were probably inseparable from the 7 divine generals' estates. However, he had never seen these 2 young experts before and didn't know their identities. In fact, it wasn't only Yu Qingxi and Duanizong who didn't understand. Even Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming were similarly dumbfounded. They didn't know the identities of these 2 people, but they actually called them good-for-nothings. This made their faces turn ugly. What a traitor! You must be Yu Taiyan's 3rd son, Yu Qingxi. The gray-clothed man's gaze focused as he stared at Yu Qingxi. He immediately recognized his identity. Yu Taiyan was the name of Yu Qingxi's father, the divine emperor of the Yuqing divine kingdom. The gray-clothed man paused for a moment before he continued. You don't have the right to know our identities. Today, none of you will be able to leave this place safely. I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight, so that you won't have to suffer more physical pain. Such a sentence was overbearing and couldn't be disobeyed. In front of Yu Qingxi, the 3rd prince, the gray-clothed man had an aloof appearance. His demeanor was even more arrogant than Yu Qingxi's. It was obvious that his status was very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of bearing. You want us to surrender? Do you have the ability to do that? Duanizong stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Qingxi, his entire body releasing a powerful and fierce aura as he said without the slightest intention of backing down. Quickly tell me your identities and what kind of relationship you have with the 7 divine generals' estates. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. Duan's own was full of righteousness. Du Xiaofu had 2 compasses in his hands, and with the help of the formation, when facing these 2 unknown enemies, he naturally revealed an expression of victory. Since they had a close relationship with the 7 divine generals' estates and were involved in this matter, they were enemies. There was no reason to weaken their momentum. Won't be able to escape death? Next to the gray-clothed man, the black-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and sneered. You dare to say such words to us? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The black-clothed man glanced indifferently at the 3 people opposite him. Although he concealed it well, his eyes still revealed a strong sense of disdain, as if he didn't want to attack these 3 people at all. You! At this time, Tantai Ruchuan opened his mouth in confusion. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he asked, You 2 are the lords above? As he spoke, his demeanor showed incomparable respect. When Yiming heard this, he was shocked. As if he had thought of something, he immediately bowed to the 2 people. Although the 7 divine generals' estates acted alone, with the identity of these 2 people, they naturally knew more about the matter. Although they didn't know the specific situation, they had guessed that perhaps there was an even more powerful existence behind the 7 divine generals' estates. It was just that those people had never shown themselves. However, with the appearance of these 2 people, they finally confirmed their conjecture. It should be because they failed in their mission that they stood in the open. It was no wonder that these 2 fellows had just arrived here and immediately scolded the 2 of them to their faces. Now we're saved! When Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan secretly looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Things had deteriorated to such a state, which was not what they wanted to see. But now, other than running for their lives, there was no better way. But with the appearance of these 2 people, the situation immediately took a turn for the better. They believed that the people behind the 7 divine generals' estates were absolutely powerful. It shouldn't be too difficult to kill Du Xiaofu and the other 2 people. When they thought of this, when Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that the 2 people in front of them were like saviors who had descended to the mortal world. So, the people from the 7 divine generals' estates are under your orders. Yu Qingxi's gaze turned solemn. With a murderous look, he stared at the 2 young people in front of him and said, Where did you come from? How dare you go against the Yu Qing divine kingdom? Aren't you afraid that the army of the imperial family will trample your mountain gate to the ground? When these words were spoken, the black-clothed man laughed coldly. The gray-clothed man laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha! The gray-clothed man laughed as he rocked back and forth. As he laughed, he said, How arrogant! A small Yu Qing divine kingdom dares to say that they will trample our mountain gate to the ground? Ha! A small Yu Qing divine kingdom? Yu Qingxi stared at them fiercely when he heard this. It seemed that these 2 people were really powerful. When they heard this, when Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were stunned, the joy in their hearts grew stronger. The 2 of you should be from the Juling Holy Land, right? Just as the few of them were stunned, Du Xiaofu's light voice rang out. He walked lightly in the void, walked to the side of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, and looked at them as he spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. No one had expected Du Xiaofu to say such a thing. Juling Holy Land! Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong were stunned. Of course, they knew about the Juling Holy Land. Yu Qingxi knew very well that as one of the 36 Holy Lands, the Juling Holy Land was dozens of times stronger than the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. It was an absolutely terrifying existence that the imperial family could not contend against. When they heard this news, their hearts sank again. Holy Land! It's a Holy Land! That's great! That's great! When Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan had different thoughts from the other 2. If they had been happy before, they were now pleasantly surprised. A holy land, that was a holy land. They had never expected that behind the 7 divine generals' residences, there could be a holy land. This was too terrifying. No matter how strong the Yuqing divine kingdom was, even if Yu Qingliang had said that the divine emperor was still alive, the imperial family would not have been a match for a holy land. They were overjoyed. To the two of them, this was a gift from the heavens. As they looked at the purple-robed young man, they felt a lot closer. "Kid, who are you? How do you know our identities?" The black-robed man was shocked as he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. He was very confused. The Holy Land was very secretive this time, and very few people knew about it. At the very least, other than the two of them, no one else in the Chaos Dimension knew about it. However, they did not know where this fellow in front of them had learned about them. He was actually able to point out their origins so easily. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Gods are always watching. You're doing some shady business behind people's backs, and you're still afraid of others finding out? Du Xiaofu said lightly. He did not mention that he had refined the 2 compasses. Some things were better left unsaid. Perhaps there would be unexpected results. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong quickly understood his intentions. Humph! Since you know that the 2 of us are from the Juling Holy Land, you still dare to be so presumptuous. I really admire your courage. The gray-robed man snorted coldly. He was not angry because his identity was exposed. Instead, he became even more arrogant. Indeed, relying on his identity as a disciple of the Holy Land, he did have the right to be arrogant. So what if you're from the Juling Holy Land? However, Du Xiaofu did not buy his words. He continued, You're from the Holy Land, but you're not the strongest in the Holy Land. What's there to show off in front of me? I'll give you a chance now. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, die. As Du Xiaofu spoke, his tone became colder and colder. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Ha! The gray-robed man laughed again and said, What an arrogant kid! I want to see what kind of strength you have. You dare to say that you want the 2 of us to die. As he spoke, waves of fierce energy surged from his body and swept towards Du Xiaofu. This domineering energy carried an unparalleled power of laws. A large area of fire spread out and attacked like a raging sea. It roared and attacked the heavens and the earth, burning the sky. That's fine too. Let me have a good look at how the disciples of the Holy Land compare to others. Du Xiaofu also shouted loudly, and his figure flew out. His battle intent was aroused. He wanted to fight with his full strength and test the difference in their strength. After all, the Holy Land had a high status in the supreme Changrong heaven. Every Holy Land was extraordinary. Presumably, the disciples who walked out of the Holy Land were also extremely powerful. At the very least, they should be stronger than Dai Xuanjun, Tan Hai Ruwei, Tan Hai Ruchuan, Wen Yiming, and the others. Chapter 2752. Du Xiaofu released a large amount of lightning from his body. The law of thunder and lightning surged. Rumble! A terrifying silver beam of light appeared out of thin air. It tore through the void and descended from the heavens. It destroyed everything in its path and blasted towards the head of the gray-robed man. Yu Qingxi, Duan Yizong, Wen Yiming, Tan Tai Ruchuan, and the black-robed man from the Absolute Spirit Holy Land were all staring at the 2 people in the field. To Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, they were very nervous. After all, the gray-robed man was a disciple of the Holy Land. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Although they had some understanding of Du Xiaofu's strength, they couldn't help but worry. As for Wen Yiming and Tan Hai Ruchuan, their hearts were filled with anticipation. They hoped to see the purple-robed young man be instantly killed. Then, everything could be remedied. As long as they took back the 2 compasses, they could be forgiven for the mistakes they had made. The law of thunder and lightning. His strength is not bad, but he might not be a match for junior brother Wei Rong. The black-robed man stood to the side and thought silently. He looked at the 2 people calmly. He didn't seem to be anxious at all. It didn't matter if his junior brother was a match for the purple-robed young man. Today's matter was already decided. If the two of them stepped forward, even if they couldn't fight head-on, they could borrow the power of the formation to kill their opponent. However, they didn't need to do that at the moment. His junior brother still had a powerful move that he hadn't used yet. The five of them had different thoughts. Under their gazes, Du Xiaofu's huge thunderbolt finally descended and blasted into the boundless sea of fire around the gray-robed young man. Rumble! A terrifying explosion sounded. The blazing sea of fire was instantly destroyed. It seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, in the next instant, the flames that were spreading out suddenly spiraled upwards, dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were like fire dragons that were climbing up and coiling around the lightning pillar. The ferocious heat burned everything in its path. Even the terrifying pillar of lightning crackled in the raging flames, and then it shattered. A moment later, the two energies were exhausted to the extreme. Finally, they completely exploded and turned into pure energy boiling. Runes swept out and spread in all directions. Du Xiaofu flapped his clothes and retreated. He stomped on the void and stopped himself. The gray-clothed youth also retreated rapidly, flying away from the center of the energy. The two of them were completely unharmed as they looked at each other from afar. With just one strike, they seemed to be evenly matched. Humph, with such little strength, you dared to clamor with us? The gray-clothed man looked at the purple-robed youth and snorted coldly. He didn't give it his all. Though his opponent's capabilities were extraordinary, he was confident that if he gave it his all, he would be able to kill him. In the face of such contempt, Du Xiaofu just smiled faintly and mocked back. Holy Land disciples seem to be nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, then this battle between us can be declared over. His gaze was heavy, but the corners of his mouth were cold. What a boastful boy! Since you want to die, I'll show you what real strength is. The gray-clothed youth looked fiercely at Du Xiaofu and said sternly. He came from the Holy Land and looked down on the younger generation of the divine nation forces. How could he allow the boy opposite him to mock him like this? Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted and burst out again. The golden wings behind him flapped, and in a flash, he charged toward the gray-clothed youth again. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. 9 heavens flame, burn the heavens! These words came out of the gray-clothed youth's mouth. Suddenly, a scarlet flame appeared outside his body. It was as bright as blood and glowed with a dazzling scarlet color. When such a flame appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply and became abnormally hot. Space was distorted one after another, as if it had turned into liquid. The space near the gray-clothed youth was burned into powder, as if pitch-black ashes were sprinkling down. What a terrifying temperature! Retreat quickly! Yu Qingxi, Tantai Ruchuan, the black-clothed youth, and the others all shot toward the periphery and hid far away. Even with the cultivation of the true severing stage, when they were near the flames, they felt as if their physical bodies were about to be burned apart. Even their spirits were shaking, and they felt a terrifying sense of dizziness. What kind of flame is that? How can it be so terrifying? Duanizong was in a panic. Although he had retreated far away, he was still sweating from the high temperature. His lips trembled as he spoke. That flame is too terrifying. He can cultivate the law of fire to such a level. He has only broken through to the true severing stage not long ago, but he is already so powerful. Yu Qingxi's expression was not much better. His gaze trembled fiercely. He had never imagined that the gap between him and Duanizong, one of the most outstanding young experts of the Yuqing divine nation, and the disciple of the Holy Land, would be so huge. The disciple of the Holy Land is too strong. I hope he can kill Du Xiaofu as soon as possible. When Yiming's eyes were filled with excitement. After seeing the strength of the gray-clothed youth, his heart was filled with even more hope. Whether we can escape unscathed in the end or even make up for all our mistakes depends on whether Du Xiaofu will die here. Lord of the Holy Land, do your best. Tantai Ruchuan clenched his fists tightly and shouted to himself. His eyes were about to emit starlight as he looked at the scene. Among the 5 onlookers, the calmest one was the black-clothed youth from the Holy Land. After retreating far away, he quietly watched the movements of the 2 people, as if everything was under his control. He had already expected the gray-clothed youth's actions. The 9 heavens flame was born from heaven and earth. It flowed through the cracks of the large worlds of the 33 heavens and had the ability to burn everything. As long as there was enough energy, it could melt everything in the world. Such a terrifying thing was unique in the Absolute Spirit Holy Land. It had been shelved for countless years. During this time, countless people had tried to obtain it, but they were all burned to death by the flames and turned into ashes. It was only 10 years ago that it was refined by his junior brother by chance. Such benefits made many people green with envy. However, the black-clothed youth did not feel this way because the benefits he had obtained were not inferior to his junior brothers. No matter how strong that kid is, under the 9 heavens flame, he will die without a burial place. The black-clothed youth's eyes were calm as he softly said such a sentence. However, it was this sentence that made Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan overjoyed, and their hearts were faintly excited. On the contrary, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong's hearts were in their throats. If Du Xiaofu was really defeated, then they were even less of a match for these people. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu had already swept to the side of the gray-clothed youth. He casually shot out a bolt of lightning, but it evaporated under the terrifying flames and turned into nothingness. Under the attack of the thunderbolt, the scarlet-red, blood-like flame merely shook a little. It swayed a little before it continued to burn. Fire attribute law! It's actually so formidable! Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitched as he felt a deep sense of danger, but in next to no time, he rejected his guess. No, this isn't fire attribute law, it's a spiritual item of heaven and earth. It's an existence like the blood flame divine lotus, born from the heavens and earth, and it's incomparably formidable. In an instant, Du Xiaofu saw through the essence of the blood-red flames. He knew that the 9 heavens flame was not inferior to the blood flame divine lotus. However, because he had only refined the blood flame divine lotus true spirit, and the main body was obtained by Elder Kong, he was unable to rely on it to improve his comprehension of the fire attribute law. A spiritual item of heaven and earth? Then let me see if a disciple of the Holy Land with the 9 heavens flame is really invincible. The scorching heat enveloped his entire body, causing Du Xiaofu's battle intent to soar even more. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat, exploding in the void and shattering the heavens. Void 8 trigrams, rise for me. Buzz. At the same time as he shouted, his 10 fingers flipped incessantly, forming mysterious hand seals. Following that, an enormous pressure that caused one's scalp to go numb descended, fiercely suppressing the sky. A resplendent 8 trigrams diagram entrenched itself, and all sorts of phenomena appeared within it, evolving into all things. The absolute tyrannical domain spread out, directly covering an area of dozens of miles. Everything was tightly bound. Outside the gray-clothed man's body, the large expanse of scarlet-red flames was also on the verge of crawling in this space. The flames trembled, desperately burning the void. Under such a situation, Du Xiaofu's absolute domain space was also constantly being burned to the point of collapse, shattering into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu moved with all his might, maintaining the stability of the space domain from beginning to end, falling into a stalemate with the scarlet-red flames. The laws of space have actually been cultivated to such an extent. The gray-clothed man's gaze trembled fiercely. Looking at Du Xiaofu's eyes, there was shock in them. Although the other party's power did not cause him to feel fear, the gray-clothed man was still in disbelief at Du Xiaofu's strength. This young man was indeed not an easy person to deal with. It seemed that he had slightly underestimated his opponent. Kill. The gray-clothed man adjusted his attitude, becoming abnormally serious, and the qi in his body was circulating rapidly. The majestic qi in his body seemed to be boiling, and a vast sound came from his meridians, like a surging river, roaring loudly. Waves of tyrannical power kept surging, pouring into the blood-red flames, causing its power to become even stronger, burning a huge black hole in Du Xiaofu's space domain. One move to conquer the world. But in front of me, your little tricks are completely insufficient. At this time, Du Xiaofu let out a cold snort again. While he was controlling the absolute domineering domain to suppress, he was also controlling the void 8 trigrams to suppress, forcing the flames that filled the sky to bow down and let out a roar. 9 Heavens Flame, a spiritual item of heaven and earth. Then let's see if my purple thunder profound cauldron can suppress your 9 Heavens Flame until it kneels down. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth softly. He waved his hand, and the 9 divine thunder cauldrons rushed out of his body, moving horizontally in the void, letting out a loud rumbling sound that was deafening. Terrifying purple lightning poured down, shaking the void, and directly killing into the gray-clothed youth's blood-red flames. Once this purple lightning appeared, it was like a ladle of cold water splashing down, directly extinguishing a part of the flames that came into contact with it. However, a moment later, the place where the flames were extinguished once again made a whoosh sound, and a raging fire sprang up again. This made Du Xiaofu's eyes light up with joy. Obviously, this purple lightning could restrain the flames. He used all his strength to control the 9 cauldrons, and attacked together. Boom, 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 boom! The 9 cauldrons moved the air, brazenly attacking. Even more purple lightning poured down, hanging down from high up in the sky, like rivers hanging upside down, and also like terrifying waterfalls. Wherever the purple lightning fell, it was like a mountain torrent had erupted, attacking everything and sweeping through the world. Everywhere it passed, those blood-red flames were unstoppable, and they were all extinguished. Its ferocious might was torrential, incomparably terrifying. How is this possible? Such a scene made the gray-clothed youth's gaze tremble. He could not understand how that purple-robed youth was actually terrifying to such an extent, especially those 9 large cauldrons. Once the lightning within them came out, even his 9 heavens flame could not block it. What kind of existence were those 9 cauldrons, to actually be so terrifying? I've said before, the disciples of the Holy Land are nothing more than this. Du Xiaofu felt incomparably delighted. After entering the chaos space, he finally met an opponent that could be considered to be able to temper himself, and he could fight with all his strength. Previously, Dai Xuanjun, Tanhai Ruwei, Tanai Ruji, Wen Yiming, Helian Shang, and the others could only be said to be unable to withstand a single blow in his eyes, and he could destroy them with a flip of his hand. Now, it's time for everything to end! Du Xiaofu shouted coldly, and his arms suddenly swung horizontally in the void. Divine Thunder Cauldron, go! Rumble! The 9 cauldrons brazenly moved again, penetrating through the layers of extinguished flames and directly attacking the gray-clothed youth's chest. Boom! A divine thunder cauldron fell and was forcefully sent flying by the gray-clothed youth's strength, shooting back. Boom! Another divine thunder cauldron arrived and was also sent flying, but this time, the gray-clothed youth also took a few steps back, and his face was slightly paler. Boom, boom, boom! One after another, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons smashed into the gray-clothed youth one by one with world-shaking might. When it came to the last 2 cauldrons, blood was already flowing out of his mouth, and his face was completely pale, without a trace of blood. He had consumed too much energy. Previously, controlling the 9 heavens flame to fight had consumed too much energy. After that, he repeatedly resisted Du Xiaofu's purple lightning profound cauldron, causing him to suffer great injuries. Outside the arena, Yu Qingxi, Duan Yizong, Tanhai Ruchuan, Wen Yiming, and the black-clothed youth all looked at this scene in shock. How can Du Xiaofu be so strong? Too terrifying, his strength is too terrifying. Even the Holy Land disciples can't stop him. Tantai Ruchuan and Wen Yiming's lips trembled, and the 2 people unconsciously took a few steps back, their legs weak. It wasn't that they had never seen Du Xiaofu's methods, but this scene before them was never seen before. The strength that the purple-robed youth displayed was too terrifying. Originally, they thought that he grasped the spatial law and the void 8 trigrams technique was already the most powerful, but they never thought that the 9 cauldrons were also so terrifying. What grade of treasure is that? Supreme grade divine artifact? Or a law true artifact? Third Prince Yuqingxi muttered. He and Duanizong exchanged a glance, and both saw the horror in each other's eyes. The power of the 9 cauldrons made them shudder with fear. It's at least at the level of a law true artifact. It's even possible that it's a supreme grade law true artifact, Duanizong said uncertainly. He licked his dry lips, and his eyes were filled with shock. He swallowed the second half of his sentence. He originally wanted to say that it was a Chaos Dao artifact, but he didn't dare believe that the 9 cauldrons were at the level of a Chaos Dao artifact. At the very least, when the 9 cauldrons appeared, it didn't cause any changes in the laws of this space. But that power, that was the 9 heavens flame, a natural spiritual object that contained the supreme fire attribute law. Unless it was an immortal realm powerhouse who had fused all the laws of matter, it was likely that it was impossible to display such a terrifying scene. However, such a 9 heavens flame was directly extinguished by the purple lightning in the 9 cauldrons. This was too unbelievable. Who is this kid? Who is he? What kind of background does he have? The black-robed man was also greatly shocked. He couldn't believe that what he saw was reality. His junior brother had the 9 heavens flame, but he had still been defeated. Among his peers in the supreme Changrong heaven, including all the 36 holy lands and 72 holy kingdoms, there were probably only a handful of people who possessed natural spiritual objects. He had actually been defeated. The black-robed man's heart was faintly trembling. Could it be that this kid was also a talent from one of the holy lands? However, according to his understanding, among the 36 holy lands, none of them had a close relationship with the Yuqing Holy Kingdom. Why would he help Yuqingxi and the others? He couldn't figure it out. Let's end this! Just as everyone was panicking, Du Xiaofu's deep voice rang out. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons were items left behind by the master of the 3,000 sectors. As for what level they were exactly, Du Xiaofu himself didn't know. He only knew that for such an expert, even if it was just a casual gift, the items left behind for him were definitely not ordinary items. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had seen the master of the 3,000 sectors personally use the 9 cauldrons to fight against the demon god in the upper reaches of the River of Time. As his strength grew stronger, the 9 cauldrons became more and more convenient to use. It was as if he could unlock the ferocious power of the divine lightning cauldrons without limit. Du Xiaofu ignored the expressions of the people around him. He only wanted to kill the grey-robed man. He moved brazenly once again. The 9 cauldrons whistled through the air and crushed in all directions. At the same time, the absolute dominance domain spread out and firmly bound the grey-robed man's body within. Since his opponent was already showing signs of defeat, then he would take advantage of the situation and attack. He would ruthlessly trample on his opponent. If he could obtain the 9 heavens flames, that would be an even better thing. Chapter 2753. Translator, H2DH2 Mister. If he could take the 9 heavens flame, that would be even more wonderful. Ah! The grey-clothed man screamed miserably under the terrifying power. He wanted to struggle, take out the compass, and mobilize the power of the array to fight the enemy, but every muscle in his body was suppressed by the law of space. Brat, you dare to kill my junior brother? You're courting death! At the periphery, the black-clothed youth was finally unable to remain calm. He let out an earth-shaking roar as he waved his hand and shot out a ball of light, which directly collided with his junior brother's body. At the same time, it also wrapped around all of Du Xiaofu's attacks. Strangely, when the light exploded, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the speed of the 9 divine lightning cauldrons had slowed down. It was as if the area in front of him had fallen into some kind of stagnation, as if it had stopped for a moment. This scene caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to narrow fiercely, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. The law of time! The shock in Du Xiaofu's heart was enormous, and he was deeply shaken by the situation in front of him. It was precisely at this moment that the black-clothed young man had already charged over and grabbed his junior brother in his hand. Then, he quickly retreated far away. What a terrifying method! That's the law of time, the most difficult of the 4 primordial laws to comprehend. Not only was Du Xiaofu shocked, but the gazes of Yu Qingxi, Duanizong, Tanhai Ruchuan, and Wen Yiming, who were watching from afar, also fiercely trembled. Time, space, matter, and life. Among the 4 primordial laws, the matter law was the most heterogeneous and all-encompassing. The life law was the most mysterious, and could create all living things. The space law was the most vast and encompassed the universe. As for the law of time, it was the most profound and difficult to understand, difficult and unfathomable. In the entire 33 heavens, it wasn't that there were no experts who specialized in the law of time, but they were definitely existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. When such a terrifying method was used, it could achieve the effect of reversing the universe. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could control. Even if one did not specialize in the laws of time, as long as one had a slight understanding of it, they would be able to achieve unexpected results in battle. In the vast supreme Changrong heaven, there were not many people among the 36 sacred grounds and 72 divine kingdoms who had mastered the laws of time. So, at this moment, everyone was shocked because the black-clothed young man was able to utilize the laws of time. "Junior brother Su, how are you?" The black-clothed man didn't care about the gazes of others. He just supported the gray-clothed youth and asked solemnly. "It's all thanks to senior brother Zhao's timely rescue that I'm fine. It's just that I've consumed a lot of energy, and need some time to recover." The gray-robed man, Su Wurong, said weakly with a pale face. He had indeed expended too much energy, and his entire person appeared dispirited and listless. "Just focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me." The black-clothed man nodded lightly, and then he passed the gray-clothed young man to Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan before he instructed. "Look after my junior brother." After that, he turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu again. "The laws of time, huh? How mysterious!" Du Xiaofu licked his lips, and a strong light shone in his eyes. His attainments in the laws of space and matter were not bad. He even dabbled in the laws of soul and had mastered many profundities. However, his comprehension of the laws of time was the only thing that could be said to be poor. After embarking on the path of cultivation for decades, Du Xiaofu had only seen the power of time acceleration in the ancient desolate space. Today was the first time he had encountered someone who had mastered the laws of time in battle. He thought that if he could master the laws of time, he would definitely have another terrifying and peerless technique. "Kid, do you know how to write the word death for offending a sacred ground?" The black-clothed man's voice was gloomy, and his eyes were like hooks staring at Du Xiaofu as though he was looking at a dead man. He pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, "I, Zhao Linfeng, will definitely kill you today. There are many people who want to kill me, but it seems that your strength is far from enough," Du Xiaofu said with a light snort. He had already recovered from his initial shock. The methods of the laws of time were indeed strange and inexplicable, but he believed that there must be a way to break it. Every law was dependent on each other to form this boundless world. Without any one of them, it would be impossible for it to be a complete world. In other words, as long as one's comprehension of other laws was deep enough, there was a chance to break the laws of time. This successor of the sacred ground who called himself Zhao Linfeng had only just stepped into the true severing realm. His cultivation was similar to his own, and his true strength would not be so strong that he could not contend with him. "Whether my strength is enough or not, you will know once you try," Zhao Linfeng said coldly, and his face was filled with hostility. He quickly took out an item from his cosmos bag, which bloomed with a bright light and flew into the air. When such an item appeared, the space of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation suddenly emitted a trembling sound, and faintly began to tremble. "Another compass!" Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he secretly said in his heart. "Kid, I don't have time to waste with you here. Since you dare to behave atrociously in my sacred ground, then you will have to pay with your life." As the black-clothed man, Zhao Lifeng, spoke, the power of his primordial spirit surged out, crazily surging into the compass, and began to mobilize the power of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation. He wanted to quickly kill Du Xiaofu, so he did not plan to delay and directly used his strongest method. In the distance, when Yiming saw this situation, he opened his mouth and wanted to remind Zhao Lifeng that his and Helian Shang's compasses were taken away by Du Xiaofu under such circumstances. However, he thought about it. This disciple of the sacred ground had the laws of time, so how could he allow Du Xiaofu to get close to the compass? Thinking of this, he finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Of course, if he knew that Du Xiaofu had successfully refined 2 compasses, he would not think so. Brother Du, I'm afraid this will be troublesome. On the other side, Duan Yizong kept smacking his lips, worried for Du Xiaofu. After all, his opponent could use the laws of time. Even if Du Xiaofu's strength was strong, it would be difficult for him to gain much advantage. It shouldn't be a problem. Have you forgotten that Brother Du has 2 compasses in his hands? If we really fight, I'm afraid he will be able to catch his opponent off guard. Yu Qingliang said softly, but there was an unconcealable seriousness in his eyes. The conversation between the 2 of them was only heard by them, and it did not reach the ears of a third person. Rumble. At this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound in the void. It was as if a towering mountain was moving horizontally, causing a violent tremor. It was terrifying. Profound spirit guide, subduing might. Gao Linfeng shouted loudly. Above his head, the compass emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. Waves of invisible energy spread out, like tiny threads that connected the surrounding space. The mystic power of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation was mobilized. Amidst the huge tremors in space, there was heavenly thunder, there was a huge tree that held up the sky, there was a river that roared, there was a raging fire that spread, there was a thick earth that shook, there was a sharp metal that was sharp, there was a violent wind that howled. Other than that, there were also waves of strange invisible energy that drifted out, affecting one's soul, causing one's mind to be seized, and causing one to feel dizzy. Can the power of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation be used to such a degree? Facing Zhao Linfeng's attack, Du Xiaofu said in his heart. He had only refined the 2 compasses not long ago, and had not had the time to properly explore them. At this moment, from the methods that Zhao Lifeng used, he truly felt the terror of this great array. It was indeed worthy of being an imitation of the ferocious array that had killed countless demon armies back then. At this moment, facing Zhao Lifeng starting to mobilize the power of the great array, Du Xiaofu did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a strange arc. He said with an evil smile, "Isn't it just mobilizing the power of the divine desolate heaven-lock formation? If you can do it, so can I." When these words came out, 2 streams of light rushed out from his body and flew into the air. Bright rays of light shot out like 2 small suns shining, releasing a bright and fierce aura. The 2 compasses, Profound Lock and Profound Heaven, moved in the air and buzzed. Waves of invisible energy connected and projected in all directions, connecting with the great array space and mobilizing a strange power. Profound Lock compass, Profound Heaven compass. Seeing the 2 compasses fly out from Du Xiaofu's body, Zhao Linfeng and his junior brother's eyes almost popped out. "Aren't these 2 compasses in your hands? How did he get them?" The gray-clothed man named Su Wurong had a gloomy gaze. He turned his head to look at Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan beside him and shouted coldly. "Those 2 compasses were snatched away by him." Wen Yiming lowered his head in resentment. His knuckles cracked as he clenched them. He held the compasses in his hand and controlled the great array, but in the end, the compasses were still snatched away by Du Xiaofu. This was no different from a great humiliation, causing him to hate Du Xiaofu to the bone. "Trash, a bunch of good-for-nothings!" Su Wurong cursed loudly. She was enraged by such a scene. Due to his agitation, coupled with his severe injuries, his face became even paler after shouting for a while. "That kid, he's too strong!" On the side, Tantai Ruchuan's lips trembled as he said such a sentence. After Su Wurong heard this, he glared at him fiercely, and his face became even more unsightly. Yes, that kid was too strong. He was so strong that he, a disciple of the Holy Land, was not his opponent even after using the 9 heavens flame. He could only be trampled to death. With 2 compasses in hand, I don't believe that even that kid can't suppress him. Trash is trash, why find excuses and reasons? After a long while, Su Wurong said in a low voice, glancing at Wen Yiming. Chapter 2754. Su Wurong's words caused Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan's expressions to darken, as if water was about to drip. In front of this disciple of the Holy Land, they were unable to defend themselves. They could only curse in their hearts. If we were trash, you wouldn't be any better with your current appearance. After the 3 of them competed openly and secretly, they did not say anything else. They all cast their gazes into the distance, watching the battle between Zhao Linfeng and Du Xiaofu. Under Zhao Linfeng's control, space trembled, and countless strange phenomena appeared. Mighty divine power swept out in all directions. And Du Xiaofu stood in the midst of this violent storm, heavenly lightning, and earthly fire. No matter how terrifying the mighty power hit him, he remained unmoved. He had the demeanor of a god. It was not that he was not afraid of these terrifying attacks, but that the 2 resplendent rings of light above his head wrapped around his body, forming a gentle power that firmly protected him. Profound lock compass, profound heaven compass, how did they both fall into your hands? Zhao Linfeng looked at Du Xiaofu and was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he was abnormally shocked. His thoughts were the same as his junior brother Su Wurong. He deeply felt that the people from the 7 great divine generals' residences were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhao Linfeng was naturally very clear about the power of the divine wilderness heaven lock formation. As someone who had just broken through to the true severing realm, he naturally understood what this meant when facing the divine wilderness heaven lock formation controlled by a true severing expert. From what he knew, the people from the 7 great divine generals' residences should be able to sweep through the chaos space with the help of this formation. But in the end, even the compass was snatched away by someone. This was truly an inconceivable matter. Not only did you snatch away the 2 compasses, you actually refined them. Zhao Linfeng could not help but feel serious about this purple-robed youth's strength. The compass had the primordial spirit imprint of his sex expert. If not for the imprint, Du Xiaofu would not be able to control it. And at this time, under the protection of the compass's light, the violent power that he activated could not cause any harm to it. This could only mean one thing: the compass had already been refined by Du Xiaofu. The primordial spirit imprint within it had already been erased. You're right! Du Xiaofu smiled lightly and said, So next you'll be the same as your junior brother, to face the fate of being trampled. His voice, the primordial spirit power in his mind, the primordial spirit's power, in a frenzy, it surged towards the 2 compasses above. Faintly, one could hear the terrifying roar of a red-boned horse ape, shattering the void. Very soon, under Zhao Linfeng's, the sky heaven, the sky, an enormous spatial crack stretched across the sky. It was even wider than a great river and even more vast than an abyss. It was suffused with a pitch-black luster. After the spatial rift appeared, the space on both sides moved horizontally, and it was like a mountain pressing down. Rumble! The various anomalies in the void were crushed by the pressure of these 2 spaces. They were instantly turned into dust, and not even ashes were left. PCHH. Amidst the terrifying vibrations, Zhao Linfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly darkened. Just before the 2 terrifyingly large space dragons closed, he had already used the power of time acceleration to escape. Standing far away in the air, he looked at Du Xiaofu in horror. He didn't even have time to take his compass away. Boom! An earth-shaking collision sound echoed. The 2 space dragons had finally collided. A terrifying and peerless power rippled out, causing the entire space of the divine wilderness heaven lock formation to tremble. Du Xiaofu's robes fluttered in the wind as he stepped out from the void. He unleashed his tyrannical domain and traversed through the storm. With a wave of his palm, he grabbed the compass left behind by Zhao Linfeng. In the distance, Wen Yiming, Tantai Ruchuan, Su Weirong, and Zhao Linfeng watched as all of this occurred, and they were completely powerless. There should be a total of 4 of these compasses. Du Xiaofu took back his 2 compasses and looked at them carefully. He found that the 3 of them were similar. Mysterious Heaven Compass, Mysterious Lock Compass. The other 2 should be the Mysterious God Compass and the Mysterious Wasteland Compass. Divine Wilderness Heaven Lock. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, and roughly understood the rules of the compass's name. He unceremoniously threw Zhao Linfeng's compass into his Qianquan bag, then turned around and faced the 4 people opposite him. At this moment, the young experts from the 2 divine generals' estates and the sacred grounds all had pale faces and were on the verge of despair. He really controls the Mysterious Heaven and Mysterious Lock compasses. It's too terrifying. Why are the 2 compasses so much stronger in his hands? This is bad. What should we do? What should we do? We can't escape. We've lost 3 compasses and only have 1 Mysterious Wasteland compass left. We're not his match at all. Even senior brother Zhao can't defeat him. Where did this person come from? Variable. This is the biggest variable in our operation this time. This kid is too strange. The 4 of them were all panicking and their hearts were filled with fear. Du Xiaofu took away 3 compasses and refined 2 of them. Even Zhao Linfeng couldn't defeat him. This made the 4 of them feel despair. At the same time, Wen Yiming and Tantai Ruchuan were very puzzled. Why were the 2 compasses in Du Xiaofu's hands able to unleash such terrifying power? If they could have mobilized such a terrifying power, they would have killed that brat long ago. They couldn't figure out why all of this was happening. The Divine Wilderness Heaven Lock formation belongs to my sex senior. The 4 compasses are the key to controlling the formation. The power of his primordial spirit is left in them. Only when all 4 compasses were in his hands would he be able to unleash the true power of the compasses. And now, that kid erased the power of Senior's primordial spirit and used his own power to control the compasses. The power he can mobilize is naturally not what we can compare to. Just as they were puzzled, Zhao Linfeng slowly opened his mouth and explained the reason behind it. The Divine Wilderness Heaven Lock formation was not theirs. Even if they had the 4 compasses, they could only borrow a portion of their power temporarily. And Du Xiaofu obliterated the power of the Divine Wilderness Heaven Lock formation's master, making the compasses his own. It was precisely because of this that he could unleash the greatest power that a truth-severing realm could mobilize. In comparison, the result of Zhao Linfeng being directly crushed by Du Xiaofu was also reasonable. What should we do now? Can we still escape? Wen Yiming panicked. His legs were trembling. He completely lost his composure and did not know how to deal with Du Xiaofu's next attack. Trash! If you guys didn't lose the compasses, how could there be such a situation today? At the side, Su Wurong cursed and stared angrily at Wen Yiming. His anger surged. He wished for nothing more than to slap this young master of Divine General Tsung Fan's estate into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Being stared at like this, Wen Yiming seemed to be unaware. In his eyes, the purple-robed youth in the distance was his greatest enemy at present. The 4 of you, the game should end. If you guys still have a last resort, quickly use it. Otherwise, there will be no way for you guys to make a comeback. At this time, Du Xiaofu had already stepped on the void and came over. His black hair fluttered behind his head, his eyes were bright like stars, and his tone was deep and overbearing. It's over, it's over! Quickly run! Seeing Du Xiaofu approaching step by step, Tantai Ruchuan's heart was like dead. His face immediately collapsed, and he turned to run. Wen Yiming was not much better. After they stared at Zhao Linfeng and Su Weirong, they directly fled into the distance in a hurry. Originally, the 2 of them were pleasantly surprised when the 2 disciples of the Holy Land appeared. However, not long after, they were abused to the point that they were in an extremely miserable state. They were even more miserable than the two of them. The change from great joy to great sorrow had caused the two of them to lose all hope in their hearts. Behind them, the purple-robed youth who was stepping on the void was like a peerless demon king in their eyes, emitting an unparalleled ferocious aura. However, no one was willing to wait. Even though they knew that they could not escape their final fate, they still had to escape. "Boy, you can't kill us!" Suddenly, Su Wurong shouted loudly. A stream of light rushed out from her body and enveloped her and Zhao Lingfeng's heads. This was also a compass, one of the 4 compasses, called the Mysterious Wilderness Compass. Under the cover of the Mysterious Wilderness Compass's light, the endless mystic energy fluctuations in the void surged toward them and tightly wrapped their bodies, forming an extremely powerful defense. The spatial laws of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation changed, enveloping them as they quickly fled into the distance. They were much, much faster than when Yiming and Tanhai Ruchuan. In the blink of an eye, they had overtaken them. Without another word, they also began to flee for their lives. "They're escaping! Brother Du, quickly stop them!" Faced with such a situation, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong immediately shouted. "You're only thinking of escaping now? Don't you think it's too late?" Du Xiaofu only raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently. He was not in a hurry. With a thought, the 2 compasses, which were infused with the power of the primordial spirit, buzzed and triggered an invisible force that directly affected the space of the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation. Then, under the surprised gazes of Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong, the mysterious wilderness compass above the 2 disciples of the Holy Land suddenly dimmed and fell from the void. However, as soon as this falling momentum appeared, it suddenly stopped. Then, with a swoosh, it flew in Du Xiaofu's direction and was caught in his hand. "All 4 compasses are in my hands!" The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth finally curled into a smile as he played with it a few times in satisfaction. All 4 compasses had fallen into his hands. Did that mean that as long as he refined the power of the primordial spirit in the last 2 compasses, the entire divine wilderness heaven-lock formation would belong to him? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu could not help but become excited. "We're dead for sure this time." In the distance, when Yiming and Tanhai Ruchuan were fleeing for their lives, Su Wurong and Zhao Linfeng were the same. They had lost the protection of the last compass, and no longer had any strength to resist. Zhao Lingfeng's incomparably strange time laws were simply unable to withstand a single blow under the terrifying power of the formation. One had to know that the power that the formation could unleash was definitely not something that an ordinary true severing realm cultivator could withstand, especially when Du Xiaofu was refining the compass. The 4 of them were now trapped beasts. No matter how they resisted, they could not escape the fate of death. In such a situation, Du Xiaofu used his speed to block their path and quietly looked at them. "Du Xiaofu, do you really dare to kill us?" Su Wurong tried to appear fierce but was actually timid. She shouted. He had already lost his previous arrogance and dominance. His trembling body made him look incomparably weak. "In this world there is no one that I don't dare to kill." Du Xiaofu didn't care at all. He just replied indifferently. "Kid, even if we die here today, the Yuqing Divine Kingdom will also perish. My sacred ground has already planned everything. No one can change the outcome, not even the Yuqing Divine Emperor. If we die here today, you will not be able to avoid the fate of being buried with us." Zhao Linfeng's eyes were extremely gloomy as he spoke through gritted teeth. At this point, other than bringing out the power behind him, he had no better way to deal with this purple-robed youth. "Sacred ground? Do you think I'm afraid? Among the 36 sacred grounds of the transcendent Changrong heaven, the Jew's spirit's sacred ground should not be considered too strong, right?" Du Xiaofu said indifferently as he looked at Zhao Linfeng. This sentence caused Zhao Linfeng's heart to skip a beat. An inexplicable sense of fear rose in his heart. Could it be that Du Xiaofu came from one of the strongest sacred grounds? If that was the case, with such a powerful background, he did not fear the Jew spirit's sacred ground. And everything that they had planned would be for naught in the end. The Jew spirit sacred ground was dozens of times stronger than the Yuqing divine kingdom, but it was still far from the strongest sacred grounds. Those sacred grounds were the absolute overlords of the transcendent Changrong heaven. Even in the entire 33 heavens, they were the top existences. However, just as Zhao Lingfeng's thoughts were running wild, Du Xiaofu spoke again. What he said next caused Zhao Lifeng to panic even more. No matter how strong the Jew spirit sacred ground is, can it be stronger than the 100 schools of thought's legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal? As Du Xiaofu spoke, his eyes were fixed on Zhao Lifeng. Seeing his eyes, Du Xiaofu did not need to hear the answer. He already knew the answer. He had his reasons for asking this question. He had not been in the 33 heavens for long, and knew nothing about the powers here. He could use the Jew spirit sacred ground's existence to measure the strength of the school of legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal. Now, he finally knew that these three were definitely giants. They were much, much stronger than the Jew spirit sacred ground. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've killed so many people from the 3 great clans that I can't even count them. Compared to them, what do you think you are? Du Xiaofu said coldly as he waved his hand. Chapter 2755. The 3 Great Families. Du Xiaofu's words caused the 4 of them to be horrified and filled with unprecedented fear. With their strength, although they had never come into contact with the 3 great families, they knew very well that they were indeed extremely terrifying forces. Even in the 33 heavens, they were extremely powerful existences. Not to mention the 2 divine generals' mansions behind Tantai Ruchuan, and when Yiming, even the ultimate spirit holy ground, was vulnerable in front of the legalism, the school of famous families, and the school of vertical and horizontal. However, the purple-robed young man opposite them was an enemy of the 3 great families. From the meaning of his words, it seemed that the hatred between them was quite deep. This caused the 4 of them to tremble with fear. In their hearts, Du Xiaofu's origin made them even more puzzled. What kind of existence was behind him that he dared to be an enemy of the 3 great families? Brother Du's identity seems to be not simple. Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong looked at each other, and were tongue-tied. They naturally heard Du Xiaofu's words, but it seemed to be different from what Yu Liang had told them. This guy did not look like he came from a small world. If it were someone who did not know, they would really think that his background was frightening. Huff, huff, huff! In the midst of everyone's shock, Du Xiaofu's palm had already swung out. Around them, dense invisible forces shook fiercely, carrying monstrous power. They brazenly suppressed Zhao Linfeng, Su Weirong, Tantai Ruchuan, and Wen Yiming. That terrifying power swept through the heavens and the earth, bringing with it endless killing intent. Everywhere it passed, all existences were unable to resist and were directly crushed. No! The 4 of them screamed as pain climbed up their bodies. Their bodies were about to be torn apart. Streaks of blood climbed up the surface of their bodies, and seeped out scarlet blood lines. It made the 4 of them look like broken porcelain dolls. It was eerie and terrifying. Rumble! Du Xiaofu controlled the force, and then swung out another palm print to capture them. Restrictive spells fell on their bodies. Then, the ancient desolate space opened up and wrapped the 4 figures in it. Then, he waved his sleeves and the surging energy storm instantly retreated. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Brother Du! Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong quickly gathered around and stood beside Du Xiaofu. They were pleasantly surprised. From the very beginning, when they were trapped in this space by the 7 godly generals' manners and then captured, the 2 of them were already on the verge of despair. However, who would have thought that a purple-robed young man would suddenly appear and rescue them directly? In the end, when the disciples of the Absolute Spirit Holy Land appeared, they still suppressed all the enemies in a domineering manner. It could be said that within the chaos space, the 7 great divine generals' manners that had lost several true severing realm powerhouses no longer had any possibility of resisting. Under their leadership, the situation here had stabilized. "Let's go!" Du Xiaofu smiled and turned to leave without saying anything else. He had his own reasons for helping the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. Most importantly, he left the chaos space in advance to investigate the whereabouts of the tomboy, Du Xiaoyao, and the others. In addition, he had to meet the two old friends, ancient ancestor Bifang and the ancient emperor of the human race. At this moment, within the space of the divine barren heavenlock formation, the remaining forces of the 7 great divine generals' manners had not been eliminated. The remaining forces were even more powerful than the Yuqing royal family. As for Yuqing Liang, He Jibai, and the others, they were still clearing them out. However, under Du Xiaofu's lead, the 3 of them quickly found them and joined up with the rest. "Third brother, Brother Yizong, Brother Du!" Seeing the 3 true severing realm powerhouses arrive, Yuqing Liang was overjoyed. He was fighting with the others. With the help of the various forces of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, the 7 great divine generals' manners could only retreat despite their overall strength. At this moment, with the addition of the 3 true severing realm powerhouses, the situation became even clearer. Especially when everyone knew that Du Xiaofu had captured Helian Shang, Wen Yiming, Tan I Ruchuan, Zhao Linfeng, and Su Weirong, a total of 5 true severing realm powerhouses, the royal family was pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, the 7 great divine generals' manners were terrified. They lost the courage to fight and began to escape. However, within the space of the divine barren heavenlock formation, nothing could escape Du Xiaofu's deliberate perception. When everything was almost settled, he bid farewell to Yuqing Liang, He Jibai, and the others and entered the ancient barren space. "It's time to refine the other 2 compasses." After Du Xiaofu entered, he glanced at the 4 people who were trapped. He ignored them and took out the Xianshan compass and Xianhuang compass. He was already familiar with refining the compasses. Without spending too much time, he tricked the primordial soul avatars of the elders out. Under the suppression of the ancient barren space, he brazenly killed them. After adding his own primordial soul imprint, Du Xiaofu finally controlled all 4 compasses. "The divine barren heavenlock formation is mine from now on." Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile, extremely happy. Not far away, Zhao Linfeng and the other 3 were all flabbergasted when they saw his actions. The last trace of hope in their hearts had been obliterated. This purple-robed youth was too strange. He was so evil that it made people's hearts tremble for no reason. "Now it's time to take care of you." As if he felt their gazes, Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at them. At the same time, he revealed 2 rows of white teeth and smiled. What do you want to do?" Seeing such an expression, the 4 of them unconsciously shivered. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to their heads. The other party's expression was like an unparalleled demon king. That seemingly warm and gentle smile made one's scalp tingle. "I'm very interested in your 9 heavens blazing flames. Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do I have to take it myself?" Du Xiaofu looked at Su Weirong and slowly walked towards him step by step. Su Weirong was stunned. His face collapsed in an instant. Boundless horror appeared in his pupils. This brat actually still wanted to snatch his 9 heavens blazing flames. "Want the 9 heavens blazing flames? Dream on!" Su Weirong's face suddenly became savage as he roared at Du Xiaofu. As a disciple of a holy land, he was naturally not some easy person to deal with. He obtained the 9 heavens blazing flames with great difficulty. How could he be willing to give it to others, let alone talk about his mortal enemy? "Since that's the case, then I can only take it myself." Du Xiaofu gave a cold snort. A surge of horrifying power gushed out of his body, surging towards Su Weirong. Imperceptibly, the rules in the desolate ancient space were mobilized by him. Su Weirong's body involuntarily floated up, landing beside Du Xiaofu. "You! Quickly let go of me!" Su Weirong was horrified and began to struggle violently. True severing cultivation used all his strength. However, under the suppression of the desolate ancient space, he could not make any effective resistance at all. He could only allow Du Xiaofu to hold him in his hands. "Du Xiaofu, if you have any requests, you can state them. As long as you let us go, the enmity between the Jew spirit Holy Land and you can be written off. We can also give you many benefits. At this time, Zhao Linfeng suddenly spoke up. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a burning gaze, wanting to hear his answer. Just based on you, can you be the master of the Jew spirit Holy Land? Du Xiaofu scoffed, unmoved. As long as we can fulfill your requests, we will definitely fulfill them. As long as you let us go, Zhao Linfeng said again, almost with a hint of pleading. Save it! Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and ignored Zhao Linfeng. They had already offended the Jew spirit Holy Land and ruined their plans. It could be said that there was no turning back. Even if they were willing to let him go, the Yuqing Holy Kingdom and the Jew spirit Holy Land would still be enemies. Due to the existence of ancient ancestor Bai Fang and the ancient emperor of the human race, Du Xiaofu would still be enemies with the Jew spirit Holy Land in the end. Due to this, he would not let the two of them go no matter what. Without further delay, Du Xiaofu released the tyrannical force that firmly bound Su Weirong, causing her body to be unable to move. Then, his scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit rushed out and entered Su Weirong's glabella. The Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit! After entering Su Weirong's Naiwen palace, Du Xiaofu could see that her primordial spirit was surrounded by a thick red flame. That was the Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu had already seen its power. The Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit had already fused with Su Weirong's body. Only by refining the primordial spirit would it be easier to extract it. Seeing the Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu's scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit subconsciously licked its lips. It was an innate spiritual item that carried the terrifying law of fire. It was naturally created by the heavens and earth, and was extremely rare. If he could obtain it, he would be able to take a huge step forward on the path of the law of fire. Du Xiaofu knew that in the truth-severing stage, one had to continuously perfect their own laws until they grasped all the laws derived from one of the primordial laws. It was not easy to slowly figure out the laws derived from the four great primordial laws with just the chaotic yuan qi. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who were stuck in the truth-severing stage, and could not step into the immortal stage. Du Xiaofu did not want to wait any longer. After refining the Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit, he would have the opportunity to directly comprehend the complete law of fire. How could he let go of such a temptation so easily? Du Xiaofu, you want my Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit? You're simply delusional. Opposite him, Su Weirong's arrogant roar came from the blood-red light. Is that so? Then let me see if you can hold on to the Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit snorted coldly. He took a step in Su Weirong's Naiwen palace and directly pressed towards him. Dazzling golden light shot out explosively, illuminating the empty primordial spirit space. Brat, so what if you have many tricks up your sleeve? Entering my primordial spirit space is the same as seeking your own death. I'd like to see how you're going to use your own tricks to suppress my Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit. Su Weirong shouted loudly. The primordial spirit's face was distorted as he roared fiercely. As he spoke, a blazing flame surged like a long river, carrying the power to destroy everything. It directly whipped towards Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. A terrifying power shook. That blood-red waterfall burned everything, causing heat waves to surge in this primordial spirit space. Du Xiaofu's red-boned horse monkey primordial spirit narrowed his eyes. He felt as if his primordial spirit body was about to melt. This Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit was too terrifying, causing his gaze to tremble fiercely. However, he did not have the slightest bit of fear. So what if I am in your primordial spirit space? If I want to suppress you, it's still as easy as flipping my palm over. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. The red-boned horse monkey's roar shook the sky. The terrifying sound wave contained a dense killing intent that spread out in all directions. His domineering domain opened up and firmly protected his surroundings, trying his best to isolate the Nine Heavens Flames primordial spirit. Under the terrifying heat, the space domain collapsed bit by bit, but it quickly recovered to its original state. Divine Thunder Cauldron, suppress for me! These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 purplish gold lightning bolts suddenly shot out in this primordial spirit space, dragging a long tail of light as they directly charged towards Su Weirong's primordial spirit. This? How can this be? Seeing the 9 divine thunder cauldrons rush into his mind's Naiwen palace, Su Weirong was shocked. He said in panic, "This is my primordial spirit space. How can material objects enter here?" No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons were material objects, so it was impossible for them to enter his primordial spirit space. It was only possible if they were the divine thunder cauldron's artifact soul. But right now, the streaks of lightning that were like ribbons were the trajectories of the divine thunder cauldrons. Is this still a nomological true weapon? Could it really be a Chaos Dao artifact? Su Weirong shouted. Endless despair rose from the bottom of his heart. He no longer dared to be completely calm. The 9 terrifying cauldrons moved across the sky. Just the pressure that they released was enough to make his primordial spirit body want to explode. Without the protection of his physical body, the pressure that the 9 cauldrons brought to him was simply too great. It was simply unimaginable. Kill! Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time talking nonsense with him, and shouted. The 9 cauldrons broke through the barriers of space, carrying an unparalleled sense of heaviness, as they brazenly slammed into the blood-red flames that filled the sky. The mysteriousness of the divine thunder cauldron became more and more terrifying as his cultivation deepened. Du Xiaofu knew that all this horror had something to do with the master of the 3,000 sectors. But he did not know the root cause completely. However, it was really easy to use it to suppress Su Weirong and seize his 9 heavens flames. Rumble! Thunder roared. Bolts of purple lightning hung down from the void and filled this primordial spirit space. Just like before, the 9 heavens flames were pierced through by the purple lightning and turned into nothingness. Under such circumstances, Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit stepped on the void and traversed through the endless lightning, approaching Su Weirong's primordial spirit body step by step. "Now you can die!" Du Xiaofu spoke softly, but his voice was like thunder, reverberating through the entire space. His huge palms swept across the sky and slapped Su Weirong's body. "No!" Su Weirong let out a tragic howl. But under the suppression of the 9 cauldrons, he could not move at all. The red-bone horse monkey's palm hit his chest and directly punched a hole that connected the front and back of his body. A large amount of energy leaked out from this hole, and the energy in his body was constantly drained. Under such a terrifying attack, Su Weirong's primordial spirit body dimmed instantly, his face filled with fear. Rumble! In the next instant, Du Xiaofu's palm struck down again, and Su Weirong's primordial spirit exploded with a loud bang. The last trace of his consciousness was also directly crushed, and he died completely. The power of the primordial spirit turned into pure energy, and surged in this space. But after Du Xiaofu's body emitted a blazing golden light, it completely stopped. At the same time, the 9 heavens flames' true spirit was revealed and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He is indeed a disciple of the Holy Lands. He is indeed not weak. He actually managed to successfully refine the 9 heavens flames. Looking at the blood-red ball of light in the void, Du Xiaofu could not help but think to himself. The terrifying heat that was released from the ball of light, even without Su Weirong's control, still made him tremble slightly. Such a terrifying spiritual object of heaven and earth was usually extremely difficult to refine. Many times, if one did not have enough means and forcibly refined it, it was very likely that the primordial spirit power would be directly swallowed and turned into nourishment. Some spiritual objects of heaven and earth were even more intelligent than humans. When they could not resist the fate of being refined, they would temporarily hibernate and wait for an opportunity to counterattack their master. But looking at the ball of red light not far away, there was no fluctuation of divine consciousness being emitted. Very obviously, Su Weirong had completely wiped out the spiritual intelligence of the nine heavens flames, making it an object that could be easily controlled. From this, it could be seen that this disciple of the Juling Holy Lands was quite extraordinary. This situation was naturally the most pleasant for Du Xiaofu. As long as his primordial spirit power directly merged with the ball of light, he would be able to take over the nine heavens flames' true spirit. If he wanted to extract the nine heavens flames' true body from Su Weirong's body, it would be much easier. It could be said that this saved Du Xiaofu a lot of trouble. The nine heavens flames is mine! Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit smiled. Without thinking, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ball of red light. He released the blood-fire divine lotus true spirit that he had refined long ago and protected himself within it. The blood-fire divine lotus and the nine heavens flames were both spiritual objects of heaven and earth that carried the law of fire. The two of them had many similarities. Therefore, Du Xiaofu used this method to merge with the nine heavens flames step by step, saving him a lot of time. Very quickly, his primordial spirit merged with the ball of light, making it completely under his control. The law of fire, begin to comprehend. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the void and closed his huge eyes. He began to carefully feel the energy fluctuations of the nine heavens flames, looking for the law of fire engraved within it, and the traces of its true meaning. He was going all out. He wanted to use this opportunity to grasp the complete laws of fire in one go. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.